And then Miss Fanny Ray, you're going to permit me not to. I'm going to try, and then you would correct us when you get here. Andrea Belanariviru, no? From the Ministry of Education, Madagascar. And then we have Ms. Asante Mbisa, Program Coordinator, Center for Alternatives Victimized Women and Children, Malawi. And lastly, we have Ms. Sienna Insa Daoud, the National Director, Gender, Mozambique. Sienna, I think your seat is here. Yeah, Asante here. It is an honor to be your moderator for this conversation, one that I personally consider one of the most urgent challenges that we face as women and girls, the regressive gender norms that continue to limit women's and girls' access to education and health. Beyond the policy issue, health and education are about life chances. You know, once health is gone, more or less your livelihood and your life is more or less gone. So when a girl is denied schooling and when a woman cannot reach the health facility, the impact reverberates across families. It also impacts economies and also impacts generation. So when harmful norms reinforce these denials, prioritizing boys' education over girls, for example, treating child marriage as a substitute for education, or stigmatizing women who seek reproductive care, and the circle of inequality deepens. So allow me to bring this closer to home with Sudan, where I work, where the neglected war, and I call it neglected, not forgotten, because it's intentionally been neglected by the global community. The war is going into the third year. Sudan is one of the starkest examples that we can look at, because it reflects a wider continental crisis where conflict, displacement, and patriarchal norms collide, erasing gains made in education and in health. In Sudan right now, more than 19 million children are currently out of school, including 7 million girls. That's one of the highest numbers of out-of-school children in the world today. At the same time, 70% of hospitals in the conflict areas are non-functional. So, and then compare that to the massive sexual violence that is going on. So maternal health services have collapsed, reproductive health care is nearly inaccessible, and preventable deaths among women and girls are rising. There's also a lot of communal disease that is going on due to the malnutrition and etc. that is going on in Sudan. But what is happening in Sudan is not unique. It reflects what happens when conflict, displacement, and patriarchal norms collide, and it shows how quickly the gains fought for over the past decade can be wiped away within an instant. Across Africa, we've also seen governments have committed themselves, for instance, through the Abuja Declaration in 2001, in which they have pledged to allocate at least 15% of their national budgets to health. Yet, 25 years later, very few countries have met that target. The result is predictable: underfunded health system, fragile education, infrastructures, and women and girls left behind. So if commitments like the Abuja Declaration had been kept, our firewalls against regressions would already be much stronger. The gap between promise and reality itself, it's a driver of the backsliding that we're seeing today. So we must ask ourselves, how do we defend progress we've made? How can we build a firewall strong enough to stop the backsliding in girls' education and women's health across Africa? Our panel today brings voices both from the African Union, from national governments, and from grassroots organizations. because of we realize the need for all of us to work together towards achieving the goals that we set. They will all help us unpack both barriers and the solution, from the continental policies to community strategies. So I will invite each of our speakers to share their perspective, 10 minutes each. Please, let's keep to time. And I encourage them to be bold, to name the failures honestly, because we can only grow by understanding our gaps, and then to point us towards more practical commitments that can protect and expand opportunities for women and girls. So I want to begin by posing this question to the panelists, but also to the room, because once we finish with the panel, we're coming to the room. One of our goals for this panel is to really come out with concrete actions, strategies that we can take away from here. So if you are tasked with building a firewall to protect the last decade gains in girls and in girls' education and health from blacksliding, what would be your one non-negotiable component of that firewall? I'll turn first to Ms. Nena Tundu, the policy officer at the African Union Commission Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development. And Ms. Nena, from where you sit at the AU Commission, what is the status of women and girls' access to education and health across Africa? And how do existing AU standards and norms, for example, the African Charter or the Continental Health Strategies, measure against these daily realities of women and girls? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Thank you for the opportunity to address this question. My name is Nena Tundu, as you've introduced me. I'm from the Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development. My portfolio centers on ending harmful practices, ending child marriage, ending female genital mutilation and other harmful practices, and in a broader framework, other child protection issues. So in the work that we've been doing, we work often with our other departments, particularly our sister department, Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, looking at girls and women's issues. Some of the things that we look at, we have a lot of policies and charters, and recently we have the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which we fit into as well. Within our department, we have strategies on ending harmful practices. Then there's also the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which looks at different areas of protecting children against all forms of abuse and violence. So if I may address some of the points, if I may address the question from the perspective of girls and young women, our mandate is mainly children. So we, in our department, we look at children from babies to the age of 18. But of course, it goes over to 21 as well. So that is our main mandate. We look at children, but we also work with GEWE, which I mentioned, our sister department, to look at also women issues, which start from girlhood. So some of the areas that we address are looking at, how violence against girls and violence against girls starting from, young ages, starting from the age of even 8, 9, 10, looking at child marriages is so prevalent in Africa. We have been doing a lot of work in the department, working with member states, working with local civil societies. We have, approached since 2022. We have been engaging with we've engaged with 20 countries, looking at their national policies and strategies on how they are working to protect girls and women against harmful practices. And in some cases, we can share with you these countries. Some of the countries are Ethiopia, Eswatini, Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Niger, Senegal, Seychelles. It's a list, but we can share with you. See, these are some of the countries we've actually been to and been on the ground and work and seen what is going on, so that we can document how the governments, because as the AU, we're an intergovernmental organization. Our entry point is government. So we deal with the ministries dealing with gender and children issues. It's different for different countries, but I'll just to mention gender and children issues, and looking at how is the government, what kind of legislation do they have in place? What kind of national strategies do they have in place to protect girls and women against harmful practices and other forms of abuse, including online child exploitation? Not just sexual exploitation, but all kinds of exploitation online. So we look at what kind of legislation they have, what kind of strategies they have, and how is the government making sure that this legislation and strategies are being translated into actions. How is it, how are they working with local and national civil society organizations? How are they working with youth-led organizations, women-led organizations? How are they working at the grassroots? Are the grassroots connecting with this legislation, particularly at the community level with traditional leaders? The role of traditional leaders is very important as well. And because traditional leaders can be change agents in these abuses against young girls and women, and they have a lot of influence in a lot of countries. And we've also done work connecting traditional leaders with young people, because you cannot talk about children and young people without involving them. How do we as adults understand the issues and the perspectives of adolescents? We cannot, and we have been working as well to include them in, to work with governments to include them within the discourse, of how to find sustainable solutions to some of the issues, such as climate change. You know, girls and women are disproportionately affected also by, this is just one of the areas, climate change. And this, as we know, climate change, whether humanitarian disaster, destroys schools and health clinics, and disrupts supply chains for sanitary products and medications, and forces families into distress and migration. How are we involving these young people to also give their solutions, their ideas? It is important that they be part of the process from the higher level. And one of the key recommendations that has come out from the young people that we've engaged with, because I want to just mention, we have a child participation platform. This child participation platform involves children from the different regions of Africa. We have over 100 children who we had selected. We had a selection criteria, and it was launched in 2023. And now, this child participation platform is similar to a community of practice, because it's a platform where children can share ideas and come together and make recommendations on areas that are affecting them. Whether it's humanitarian situations, whether it's girls who are out of school for whatever reasons, girls forced into child marriages, girls being trafficked, looking at the digital divide, girls' access to digital learning, and also looking at, you know, the limited financial resources that are being at the national level, the limited financial resources that are being put into girls' and women's issues, into social issues. Let me put it in that way. those limited financial resources that are affecting the young people. We recently had a young man who we were working with. He runs an organization for youth affected by HIV and AIDS. And he brought up a key point. He said, we were being funded by US aid, but now US aid is no longer there. Now we have no support from the government, and we are stuck. You know, so this domestic financing is one of the areas which we look at as well, because now they were depending on ARVs, the young people, the organization he runs, and this is just one of many organizations. They were depending on ARVs through a donor, through USAID, but now USAID is no longer as it was. So, and now they don't have those medications as they did. And they don't have the support from the government. The government says there's limited funding. So these are issues where we need to also, at the level of parliament, we need to also have one of the things that has also come out in the work that we've been doing, child parliaments. Some countries have child parliaments, but others don't. Others don't involve children at all. But it is important to involve children in whether in child parliaments or child-led organizations or youth-led organizations, even at the community level. I know there's a lot of ageism in Africa. At the community level, they say, "Oh, this is just a young boy, a young girl. What do they know?" The older people, but they know so much more than you can imagine. Their minds. They're young, but their minds are beyond. You know, I mean, myself, I always say, you know, my own children are making up for the brains that I never had, because they're far smarter than I am. I'll say something, they'll counter me. I'll just have my mouth open and I'm defeated. So,
Nena, 30 seconds, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. So let me just wrap up by saying, we need to, at the level of the AU, we need more to look at national resourcing, more on national resourcing. You know, the policies and policy reforms need in certain areas for promoting girls and young women and ending harmful practices. And community initiatives, we need to recognize those community initiatives. There's a lot going on. And also there are community justice systems as well that are going on. And the role of traditional leaders. So we need to connect all of them, because it can't be done just by government. It has to be done collectively. And the last thing I want to say, Madam Moderator, in 30 seconds, please, I'm sorry, is there was a point that was made about men and boys by one of our esteemed participants. About the socialization of men and boys, like girls and women. Where does it start? It starts when they're born. It starts within the family. It starts within the community. A man doesn't grow up hating women or abusing women. It starts from somewhere. It starts when they're young. So it's about early childhood development. It's part of it. Early childhood development and raising those boys to understand that girls are not assets, that girls are not beneath them, that girls are not just objects. But it has to start within the communities, within the families. And this is something, that's why the role, the involvement of the community is very important. Just like a woman, a woman starts as a girl, and how she thinks of herself, how the opportunities she's given, how she's empowered, starts from when she's young. But we need to support that, just like we need to support boys from the day that they're born, you know, and the day and from when they're beginning to understand, from 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, understanding that this is a girl, this is how respect needs to be given, and so on. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. I hand over to you now.
Thank you so much. Can you give Nena a big round of applause? Thank you. I think for me, what I was speaking from there is that from the AU HHSD department, one of your key role and strategy is supporting national member states with national strategies and translating the strategies into action. But one key takeaway that I also take from there, from the strategy you use, is ensuring that grassroots voices, traditional leaders, youth, and generally inclusion into those spaces. And the child participation platform is one key example of how you've used these spaces to ensure inclusivity and youth voices. I'll now turn over to Mr. Bubakar Yugbari.
I'm so sorry, Madam Moderator is very kind. Thank you. The one thing I just forgot to mention, which I need to mention very urgently, is the one area that it needs to be given much attention, and this is just to bring it out here. Widows. Widows are very important. We've traveled to countries where widows are suffering in rural communities and so on, particularly in rural communities. Their husbands died, they have nothing. They have nothing left. The families come in, take in the property, everything, and they have nothing left for them and their kids. Sometimes they're homeless, sometimes they're given to marriage to someone in the family, but widows suffer a lot. So please, let's keep this in mind. All elderly women, not just elderly women, just widows, because a widow can be a young woman. Let's not forget widows and what they go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Nena. And I would also come back to you, you know, when you talked about the child participation platform. I think that's very interesting, and you talked about the diversity of it. I'm also hoping that children in conflict are also part of it, so that their voices are heard in these spaces and they can share their lived realities. I'll move over to Mr. Bubakar Yugbari, the Program Officer at the African Union International Center for Education of Girls and Women in Africa. Now, we've heard a little bit about the continental frameworks that are available, right? The Abuja Declaration, etc. But they're often very robust on paper. It looks very good on paper. Yet we continue to see enormous gaps on the ground. So from your vantage point, what is the single greatest point of failure when translating these continental policies into national and community realities? And how do we close that gap? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. You know, responding to this question when you are sitting as a staff of the AU is quite complicated. But if I had to respond in using one word, it would have been accountability. But you did ask a question at the beginning, and this is something really important to me, and I'm trying to give an answer. I don't know if it will be the proper answer. But if we are very serious about defending the gain that we managed to obtain the last decade in terms of girls' education, then our firewall must be built at the community level. Because one of the non-negotiable components is kind of trying to integrate formally some key stakeholders at the community level. And one of the major components of those key stakeholders can be traditional and religious leaders, because they are not just influencers, they are also gatekeepers. And this is something important that we should also keep in mind, because if we don't include them into the process, our policy may risk to still stay at the paper level. At the African Union CFA stands for the African Union International Center for Girls and Women Education. We are a specialized institution of the African Union in charge of promoting girls' education on the continent. How do we operate? We operate in using as a guiding principle most of the existing policies, which are the African Union Agenda 2063, also the SDG 4 and 5, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. We had one who is almost ending. The CESA 1625 is ending this year. And there's a new one that's been developed that's going from 2026 to 2025. But most importantly, we are supporting AU member states in developing gender-responsive education policies. Because we do believe that it's quite important to check at the level of the policies how gender-responsive are these education policies within our countries. Some countries do have gender-responsive education policies, but some other countries do not have gender-responsive education policies. How do we assist AU member states to develop gender-responsive education policies? This is what we are doing through what we call the capacity building for education and gender expert on gender-responsive education sector planning. How do we plan to get a gender-responsive education sector policy? I'm just pointing this out because we may be requesting our countries to do A, B, C, D. But when we go home, just try to have a look at our education policy. If it addressed some of the critical issues that we are talking about. Just to have a look at the education policy and see some of the issues that was raised, the widows. Are there provision for that in our education policies? These are some few elements that each person at your own level you can do. Let's just try this exercise. But also at the level of AUCF, we do believe that curriculum reform and teacher development is also a key component. And then we also provide skills development opportunities for young girls on the continent to bridge the digital gender gap. Having a chance to undertake a STEM study, to be a mathematics teacher for a girl. Within our society, most of the time, this has been looked like, you want to study mathematics? How, right? And His Majesty said something yesterday, and I was at the back and I was saying, wow, this is quite important. The difference between those millions of women that are back there in our communities, in our village, the difference between them and us, sitting here on the table, being moderators and being panelists, what's the difference? Education and opportunity. They never got a chance to go to school, but they have knowledge, right? So, as an AU member state, we need to make sure that we provide provision to make sure that they have a chance to have access to education. It's a fundamental human right. They should not be denied. And each of us should be advocate for this, being man or a woman, right? At the local level, I used to also have some discussion with some friends when I tell them, look, when you are born as a boy, in your family you have been taught not to go to the kitchen. You have to go to help your father somewhere else, but the kitchen is not your place, right? Your sister is in the kitchen. It's normal for her to be in the kitchen. Then what will happen later on? You grow up, you get your degree. Most of the cities, when you get like we call it baccalaureate, I don't know what's the name in English, you have to move to the city, right? Then you go to the city, you don't have a mother, you don't have a sister who's going to make food for you. When you are in the city, you then realize that cooking is a skill. That you didn't learn. It's a skill. It might be a social role defined somewhere, but it still remains a skill. And I remember in 2013 when I joined the AU as a youth volunteer, when you miss the opportunity to eat at the Congo Hall, you are running to the next, like in some of the areas you'll go to grab a burger somewhere, because you don't know how, you say you don't get chance to cook something like this. But just to give you a picture, how the society is defining how life should be, right? And these are the elements that we should keep in mind, saying that, okay, who should change this? That's where I'm saying community leaders should play a key and important role into this process. I'm not saying this because I have His Majesty in front of me, but this is something that we should also keep in mind. But responding properly to a question, yes, Africa has established strong continental framework, yes. But one of the key points that we are missing, the failure, is the implementing gap, right? Some countries do have legislative framework, and they signed some international, according to international standard, everything. But shall we make those policies binding? This is one of the questions I'm asking to you. Think about it, right? But when we talk about accountability, what do we really hold accountable? The political commitment, it's always there. When you attend AU summits, when there's a policy somewhere, countries, most of the time, they don't want to raise their hand and say, no, me, I'm not okay with this policy. It's like most of the countries are ratifying, they also ratify, because there was a call to ratify. So Madagascar don't want to be behind. There's also, oh, when they go home, they push, and it's ratified. The political commitment is there, but then how do we hold them accountable? Is it about the implementation efforts? How do we make sure that civil society organization comes closer to also monitor what AU member states have been able to adopt and what's lacking in terms of implementation? And also, one last thing is like, what do we hold them accountable? Is it result? How do we measure results at the level of the country? When you attend summits and you listen to member states doing reports, they will be saying, we in our country, we are doing A, B, C, D. At the end of the day, you are asking yourself, so now what are we now working for? Because everything is okay, right? So when they are reporting everything is okay, so how do we cross-check those information? Usually when you do studies and then you present the studies, they will then ask you, where did you get those data? If you need proper data, come to us, write to the ministry, and the ministry will provide you data, right? I'm saying this out of record. I know, but these are things, I know most of the people here are civil society organizations, but you should also push for this, because when you push for this at the level of the country, it will also help on our work, right? Because we need to defend AU member state on what they're doing. And I'm just ending here saying that we have managed to put in place some of the activities to push for accountability and also implementation at the national level. The African Union CFR launched the Africa Educator Campaign back there when COVID-19 hits our education system. When COVID-19 came, we then realized that our education system are very weak, and it has exposed our education system. And then now we are trying to move from classic education system to kind of integrating online learning system to ensure continuity of learning, right? And then we realized that there are some elements that are coming. Nena was talking about cyberbullying, online safety, on all these things, right? So we need to come together to make sure that we also involve all stakeholders that are part of the process. And I do believe that traditional religious leaders, civil society organizations, non-state actors can play a critical role. They can play, but they must play. And for them to play that critical role, we need to also support them in terms of capacity building. And I hope we'll be able to get support from that. We are hoping within the implementation of the GEWE project that will provide capacity building development opportunities for education and gender experts to respond to this urgent need on accountability at the national level. I thank you.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Boubacar. I think you've left us with a lot to reflect on. You actually left us with more questions than answers, and I'm also looking forward to all of us, thinking together to reflect on how to address some of these questions that you've raised. But one recurring theme from you and Nena is the need for inclusion. and the need to make sure that everybody is part of the process for us to really be able to address any of these issues. And you've also raised some critical issues about the government, you know, in terms of the adoption, and thankfully our next speaker is coming from the ministry side, so we'd really like to hear from them. You know, when you make these commitments, how do you, so I'll go to Ms. Faniri, you help me pronounce your last name.
Angiambelu.
From the Ministry of Education in Madagascar. You know, budgets are often where commitments either live or die, right? We can sign all the policy documents we want in this world, but if there's no budget with it, it means it's not happening. It's just paper. So could you share, you know, specific data-driven examples from Madagascar or within the region where investing in girls' education or health has delivered a measurable return that even the skeptics could not deny? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Angiambelu Fanir. I'm the eager focal point in the Ministry of National Education of Madagascar. First, I want to thank all the organizers of this Egumeni. Please allow me to make my presentation in French. Okay. D'abord, je voudrais commencer cette présentation par vous raconter une anecdote qui m'a beaucoup touchée. Une fois, lors d'une descente au niveau des établissements dans une zone rurale de mon pays, on a constaté que beaucoup de jeunes filles quittaient l'école en classe de T3, c'est-à-dire en 3e année du primaire. Donc on a demandé aux enseignants la raison et leur réponse m'a vraiment brisé le cœur. En fait, l'enseignant nous a raconté que dans cette région spécifiquement, les parents obligeaient les jeunes filles, dès l'âge de 13 ans, à se marier en échange de quelques ébus. Et ça m'a vraiment brisé le cœur. Le contexte du pays, donc, est sujet à des fragilités persistantes, telles que la déscolarisation des filles, surtout au niveau des collèges et lycées, à cause des mariages précoces et des grossesses adolescentes. Actuellement, le taux d'achèvement des filles en primaire est de 63,3%. Donc, pour cela, il est essentiel de commencer par un changement de comportement et de former les jeunes filles en compétences de vie. Et c'est pour cela que depuis 2020, le ministère de l'Éducation nationale a signé une convention avec une organisation nationale, une ONG, qui s'est spécialisée sur l'éducation en compétences de vie et qui a déjà fourni un programme à plus de 250 000 adolescents depuis 2013. L'ONG s'appelle Programme Jeunes Leaders. Ce programme donc offre des séances éducatives hebdomadaires sur plusieurs thématiques telles que l'égalité des genres, les stéréotypes et les préjugés, également sur la violence, comment se protéger et lutter contre la violence sexuelle, comment avoir des relations saines avec les amis et les membres de la famille. L'ONG délivre aussi des modules sur les techniques de communication, le refus et la négociation, donc comment dire non, et sur l'hygiène menstruelle. Ils ont plus de 100 modules qui est délivré au niveau des collèges, et donc on n'aura pas le temps pour tous les citer, mais ce sont vraiment des modules spécifiques concernant les compétences de vie. Le programme délivre également des ateliers pour les parents, parce que c'est un tout, et que les parents doivent être également sensibilisés sur plusieurs thématiques. Les jeunes filles peuvent également venir demander des conseils lors de séances de counseling au niveau des jeunes leaders et, suivant le cas, elles seront redirigées vers les services de santé ou les services de protection sociale, etc. Pour l'année 2023-2024, 10 354 parents ont participé aux ateliers proposés pendant cette année scolaire-là. Le programme a également délivré et prouvé des forts impacts sur les indicateurs scolaires. Par exemple, en 2020, si le taux d'abandon dans les CEG sans le programme était de 13,3%, dans les CEG avec le programme, il était de 3,5%. Donc on a vraiment vu cet impact-là sur l'abandon scolaire, comme quoi les jeunes filles étaient plus amenées à rester au niveau des écoles lorsqu'on leur expliquait, lorsqu'on leur enseignait les compétences de vie. Et également, il y avait la formation des jeunes leaders qui délivraient le programme, qui était complète et qui permettait une modalité plus fun, je dirais, plus attrayante pour les jeunes, en remplacement des cours qui étaient très monotones. Le programme a également eu des impacts concrets sur la santé et l'autonomisation des adolescents. Par exemple, 95% des filles de 6e dans les établissements avec le programme savent qu'elles peuvent aller à l'école lorsqu'elles ont leurs règles, alors que seulement 59% le savaient avant. Donc, il y avait ce cas au niveau du pays, comme quoi, au niveau rural, les jeunes filles ne voulaient pas et ne pouvaient pas aller à l'école lorsqu'elles avaient leurs règles, parce qu'elles n'avaient pas de serviettes hygiéniques et elles pensaient qu'elles étaient sales pour aller en cours. Également, 86% des élèves de 4e qui ont participé au programme du PJL disaient qu'ils savaient quoi faire s'ils étaient victimes de violences. Donc ça aussi, ça a été un changement qu'on a constaté lors de ce programme. Il y a eu d'autres impacts positifs, mais ce sont ces impacts-là qui, pour le ministère de l'Éducation nationale, nous ont incités, et grâce au projet GEWE, à contractualiser avec cette ONG pour le projet GEWE pour la mise à l'échelle au niveau de 16 régions du pays et 1744 collèges. Donc, à partir du mois de mars 2025, avec le projet GEWE, on va commencer à faire cette mise à l'échelle-là. Et en vue d'une meilleure pérennisation de ce projet, on ne va plus recruter des jeunes indépendants, mais on va utiliser les enseignants qui seront formés pour délivrer le programme. Donc, on pense vraiment à une pérennisation de ce projet-là avec le ministère de l'Éducation nationale, grâce aux enseignants et également grâce à l'inscription de ce module-là dans les formations qui seront données. En complément de ce programme d'autonomisation, les jeunes filles, dans le cadre du projet GEWE, seront également dotées de bourses d'études en vue d'alléger les charges parentaux et les encourager à finaliser leurs études au moins jusqu'au brevet. Parce que là, on a constaté que c'était seulement pour le primaire, mais on veut vraiment que ce soit jusqu'au brevet parce que pour l'État, il faut 9 années d'éducation obligatoire pour chaque enfant. Il sera également distribué des kits d'hygiène avec des serviettes hygiéniques lavables. Donc ça, c'est ce qu'on a prévu avec le projet GEWE. Donc, il s'agit là d'une présentation succincte d'une réussite depuis 2013 avec cette ONG et on souhaite vraiment et qu'on va mettre à l'échelle au niveau du pays en complémentarité de toutes les autres activités du projet GEWE dans d'autres ministères. Et j'aimerais seulement finir ma présentation concernant le budget. En fait, pour le pays, on a eu des priorisations à faire parce que l'état de l'éducation ne nous permettait pas de prioriser les filles seulement. On devait se focaliser sur l'accès à l'éducation de tous les enfants. Et donc maintenant, avec le projet GEWE, on a cette possibilité de se pencher sur le problème des jeunes filles. Et c'est vraiment une opportunité qu'on ne doit pas lâcher parce qu'auparavant, on ne pouvait pas le faire. Donc, je vous remercie. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fanny. I think one key thing we can take away from here is intentionality of the government itself to improving, the lives of girls, and the life skill method that you're using is contributing to great results, both in health and in education. We've seen that it has lowered the dropout rate in terms of education, and then increased access to health. So perhaps something that we can all take back and to our different countries as a concrete example of implementation of programming that works. I'll now turn over now to hear from the grassroots perspective to Mr. Asante Mbisa, the Program Coordinator, Center for Alternatives for Victimized Women and Children, Malawi. Asante, grassroots organizations like yours are on the front line, and we've heard how all the speakers have emphasized the need to collaborate with civil society organizations, the need to work with them. Excellent presentation from Madagascar. And then usually, because we, and I say we, are often the first to see the warning signs before policymakers do, right? So beyond funding, what systematic support do you need from government or continental bodies to be more effective in dismantling the social norms and structural barriers, that keep girls out of school and women away from health services?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before this House. Again, my name is Asante Mbisa. I work for Center for Alternatives for Victimized Women and Children, in short, CAVOC. We are based in Malawi. So indeed, grassroots organizations like CAVOC are at the forefront in addressing issues of gender inequality, girls' education, and also responding to issues of gender-based violence, especially at community level. At CAVOC, we do have several initiatives that we're doing, but for the sake of this morning's conversations, I'm going to talk about firstly 2 projects that we have been implementing. So with support from Oxfam, CAVOC implemented what we called the Her Future, Her Choice project, a project that was supporting AGYWs, adolescent girls and young women, to access essential health services, especially contraceptive methods under sexual and reproductive health. So the project was raising awareness and creating demand so that young people can be able to access contraceptive methods, considering that, this age group of, 10 to 19 and a little above up to 25 years old are sexually active. But because of the deeply rooted cultural norms that Malawi and most other countries have, it's very difficult for these young people to even speak about issues like getting contraceptive methods. So this project was able to support, in the 7 years that it was implemented, it phased out last year, was able to support 20,000 young women to access essential health services. Secondly, with also support from Oxfam, CAVOC has been implementing since 2019 a project called Education Support to Girls and Other Vulnerable Children that is supporting more than 1,000 girls with bursary support. That's school fees, learning materials, school uniforms, and also for girls that live 10, 12, 15 kilometers away from schools, the project offers them push bikes, the bicycles. But even though CAVOC and other grassroots organizations are working in order to support young girls with access to health, young girls with access to education, there has been a lot of barriers that are hindering young people to access health as well as education. For example, the social cultural barriers such as child marriages, early pregnancies, and girls being discouraged to access education continues to hinder girls to access education. And also one of the major barriers has been the economic barriers, where poverty has been a huge obstacle in girls accessing education. The issue of school fees has been a very big problem. Parents would rather, if they have money, they would rather invest in the boy child than the girl child, to say that, it's a better investment, as my colleagues have also put it, to say that, girls belong in the kitchen and the like. And also systematic and structural barriers such as long distances from schools have also been a problem when it comes to girls accessing education. And on the same structural barriers, there has been the sanitation facilities. Let me also add that the education project that CAVOC is implementing has been able to support menstrual hygiene management by constructing 13 what we call change rooms, where we're supporting menstrual hygiene management, and on top of that, the project has been able to train mother groups. These are women that live close to the schools. I don't know if other countries they also have what we call mother groups, but the project has been able to train them in making reusable sanitary pads to support menstrual hygiene management. And also, the project also trained 100 men and women in psychosocial counseling so that they can be able to provide therapy for children that have undergone some sort of violence and abuse. Let me also add that the education project introduced what we called mobile courts last year. So the mobile courts was just implemented for a year to be able to support justice, to be able to bring justice in closer to the communities. You can agree with me that the conversations have been around, you know, children being faced with, children and women undergoing abuse, undergoing gender-based violence, and also sexual abuse. And most of these cases, unfortunately, they go unreported, they go unsolved. So the project introduced what we called mobile courts, where we were supporting financially the court at district level to bring it to the communities. But unfortunately, because of funding, we were able to just do that in just a period of a year. So let me just proceed that under the barriers that girls face in health, that was under education, but in health is also social and cultural barriers, where young people are not allowed to speak about sex in general, even though the project has been able to raise awareness because we also target parents to say, you know, it's important for you to discuss about sex, about contraceptives with your child. I'm going to give an example of myself. When I was growing up, you know, the day I got my period, I never told my mom about it. You know, I was so scared. I was like, where am I going to even start? So, you know, the project, knowing that this has also been a barrier, has been able to involve parents to ensure that the social cultural norms and that are deeply rooted in the communities are addressed. And also another barrier when it comes to access to health has been the lack of youth-friendly services, where especially in the health facilities that are located in local communities, when they're being designed, they do not have young people in mind. You know, the young people go there and they face sometimes some hostile attitudes from the service providers, you know, to say, you're very young, why are you coming here to get contraceptives? Why are you coming here to get condoms? So that has also been a major problem. And under economic barriers, distances, long distances that young people have to travel to get to the local health facilities has also been a barrier. And also with the pulling out of the USAID, it has also, you know, contributed to what was already a bad situation. It has escalated the situation where, you know, women, both young and old, are not able to access contraceptive methods. But of course, to curb that, people are encouraged to maybe seek the longer-term contraceptives as opposed to the short-term contraceptives, considering that there are a lot of stockouts in the health facilities. So also to answer the beyond funding part on what grassroots organizations require from such organizations, the first would be policy and legal support, where we have enabling environments where laws are not just passed, but they're also enforced. For instance, I'm going to give the example of the mobile courts to say that, you know, the mobile court has been a very important aspect of accessing justice. But because of the funding problems that we had, it would be very important that the mobile court would be integrated into the formal justice system so that we're able to normalize it, to say that, you know, we're going to be having mobile courts with or without funding. And secondly, as grassroots organization, I believe we require more capacity building and technical support, skills that are going to strengthen our work, that are going to make our work more effective, and also assist us in tracking our work, tracking the GBV cases that we have, tracking the access to sexual and reproductive health access, monitoring, and also so that we're able to produce impactful reports. And also, you know, just to have platforms for partnership and coordination. I feel like that would also be important beyond funding. And most importantly, just like Madagascar put it, I feel like accountability mechanisms should be able to be put in place so that international bodies can play more like a watchdog role in ensuring that governments are able to live up to their promises, as well as us as grassroots organizations are able to provide evidence-based reports from the ground that we're working in. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Asante, and for giving us very clear recommendations, but also connecting your programs. You mentioned the problems, structural barriers, and then seeing how your interventions address each of these barriers. So letting us know that integrated response is the best approach in dealing with this, making sure that we're not leaving one part and contributing to the whole part. So to our last speaker, we have Miss Siana Insa Daoud, the National Director Gender for Mozambique. And Siana, if you can just maybe speak to us about, access to health and education. It doesn't really fall under one ministry. It's, like I said, it's integrated. Yes, you have a Ministry of Health, you have a Ministry of Education, but sometimes the programming falls across. And then somebody was giving us a grounding earlier, talking about how there's a regression now with withdrawing the Ministry of Genders and putting it as departments in one. So there's a lot of changes that are happening. So it requires, cross-governmental approach between all these sectors. From Mozambique's experience, what does an effective accountability framework look like in ensuring that gender commitments are not aspirational, but implemented and monitored across sector? Asante and Boubacar have talked about accountability. So from your experience in Mozambique, how do we ensure accountability across all of these sectors and ensuring that frameworks are monitored and implemented?
Muito obrigada. Antes de responder à questão, I'm sorry, I'll speak in Portuguese because I can, my Portuguese is better than my English.
That's fine.
Thank you so much. Mas antes de responder à questão muito bem formulada, eu iria apresentar um mote, que é praticamente um hino das mulheres em Moçambique, que é assim: companheira, me ajuda, eu não posso andar só, eu sozinha ando bem, mas com você ando melhor. Realmente, neste novo governo, o Ministério do Gênero, Criança e Ação Social passou a integrar a área do trabalho. Agora nós somos o Ministério do Trabalho, Gênero e Ação Social, que são as três áreas cruciais que visam o desenvolvimento integral do capital humano. Antes de chegar a esta questão específica, eu gostaria de contextualizar o meu país. Nós temos a Constituição da República de Moçambique, que reconhece, desde 1975, a igualdade entre homens e mulheres em todos os domínios da vida política, econômica, social e cultural. Do mesmo modo, a igualdade de direitos e oportunidades entre homens e mulheres está plasmada em vários instrumentos internacionais que o país ratificou, nas áreas de gênero, nomeadamente a Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre todas as formas de discriminação contra a mulher, ainda bem que estamos aqui representados, os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, a Agenda 2030 das Nações Unidas, Declaração Solene sobre a Igualdade de Gênero em África e o Protocolo da SADC sobre o Gênero e o Desenvolvimento. E a nível nacional, a Constituição da República de Moçambique garante essa igualdade de direitos entre homens e mulheres. Estas são as normas políticas, mas, entretanto, estas garantias que foram aqui plasmadas que são legais, são frequentemente desafiadas por normas culturais de que, de certa forma, limitam a autonomia das mulheres, a educação e a saúde e perpetuam práticas discriminatórias. E, de facto, existe esta necessidade de articulação entre os setores, apesar de nós já termos um mecanismo multissetorial que responde e que deve responder, e temos trabalhado de forma coordenada, mas, entretanto, acreditamos que falta e é importante agirmos de uma forma mais articulada e consolidarmos esta articulação. Foi aqui também bem mencionado que a importância das lideranças comunitárias como ponte entre aquilo que são as normas políticas e aquilo também que são as normas sociais a nível das comunidades. E os líderes comunitários e religiosos são, de certa forma, agentes extremamente importantes para esta ligação, que servem como pontes de ligação daquilo que são as leis e estratégias do país e a aplicabilidade nas comunidades ou nas zonas rurais. Entretanto, nós sentimos que em muitas comunidades moçambicanas, principalmente nas zonas rurais, persiste a ideia de que a educação das meninas tem menos valor do que a dos rapazes, e foi aqui muito bem mencionado. Esta mentalidade alimenta práticas de uniões prematuras, gravidez adolescente, que interrompe precocemente a trajetória escolar, principalmente das meninas. E em algum tempo atrás, as meninas gestantes, elas eram tiradas do regime laboral e eram passadas para o regime pós-laboral. E isso fez com que também muitas meninas desistissem da continuidade no trajeto escolar e também sofressem de outro tipo de abusos e violências. E, entretanto, o Moçambique, depois de algum tempo, verificou que era uma questão de justiça social e, entretanto, tanto as meninas e os meninos podem estar, gestas ou não, podem estar em regime laboral. A nível regional, estima-se que cerca de 17% das mulheres e meninas já sofreram violência sexual, física ou emocional na vida, enquanto até 80% das crianças sofrem violência em casa. No primeiro semestre de 2025, foi reportado que 84,7% das vítimas de crimes sexuais eram crianças, totalizando cerca de 1.182 casos. No campo da saúde, as barreiras não são apenas econômicas ou logísticas, mas também culturais e institucionais. O acesso aos serviços de saúde sexual e reprodutiva ainda é limitado, que é marcado ainda por tabus sociais, fraca capacidade de resposta em termos de profissionais especializados e limitada abordagem sensível às necessidades específicas de meninas e mulheres jovens. E foi aqui muito bem mencionado a questão de meninas que entram na puberdade, algumas vezes, e em algumas comunidades, essas são desencorajadas a continuar com o processo, continuar com a escolaridade, e é por isso que em Moçambique nós adotamos reformas muito estruturais no âmbito da educação, em que a escolaridade é gratuita das crianças que entram no regime desde a pré até a 9ª classe. E depois, quando estão no ensino secundário, a partir da 10ª classe, aí já tem uma pequena taxa, mas também não é assim tão alarmante. Estamos cientes que estas limitações reforçam ciclos intergeracionais de pobreza e desigualdade. Uma menina que abandona a escola por gravidez precoce terá menores oportunidades de emprego, maior dependência econômica e maior probabilidade de reproduzir com as suas filhas a mesma trajetória de exclusão. Por isso, o Estado moçambicano tem aderido a múltiplos instrumentos de responsabilização intergovernamental, desde o Protocolo de Maputo, que foi aqui muito bem mencionado, a Convenção sobre a Eliminação de todas as formas de discriminação contra a mulher, Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, especialmente as ODS número 5, que fala da igualdade de gênero, número 3, saúde e bem-estar, número 4, educação e qualidade. Recentemente, no UNGA, na 80ª sessão nos Estados Unidos, ao mais alto nível, foi anunciado que até 2030 estaremos empenhados na implementação de 2 áreas prioritárias, que é a primeira, para todas as mulheres e raparigas, liberdade da pobreza, e para todas as mulheres e raparigas, zero violência e foco para o feminicídio, que são as áreas de maior preocupação para o Estado moçambicano. Para além de termos a lei que foi aprovada em 2019, que é a lei que previne e combate as uniões prematuras. Desde essa altura, é punível por lei as crianças que se unem ou as pessoas que se unem de forma maritalmente com crianças menores de 18 anos. Em termos de exemplos de implementação concreta, o que está acontecendo no nosso país, para além de ratificarmos ou prolongar instrumentos legais, Moçambique tem também implementado projetos e programas ligados a estes compromissos. Temos o programa Eu Sou Capaz, que vai terminar este ano, que tem recebido o apoio do Banco Mundial, que visa incentivar meninas a permanecerem na escola, fornecendo incentivos como uniformes. Também mencionou-se aqui em Malau, tem este exemplo de bicicletas, as mentorias, porque acreditamos que estas meninas precisam de ter um espelho do que eu quero ser quando crescer, a formação de habilidades e com muita atenção ao gênero. Em 2024, nós começamos com a implementação do programa IGA-VBG, que este ano nós denominamos Empodera, significa empowerment, e porque nós acreditamos que estas 2 áreas de empoderamento econômico e mitigação da violência baseada em gênero têm de estar interligadas, devem funcionar de uma forma holística. Este programa é financiado pelo Banco Mundial, é uma iniciativa multissetorial e combina a componente VBG, como já disse, que é liderada pelo Ministério do Trabalho, Gênero e Ação Social, com foco no esforço e apetrechamento dos centros de atendimento integrado às vítimas de violência, digitalização da gestão de casos através da ficha única digital, capacitação de líderes comunitários e servidores públicos, mecanismos de denúncia como a linha verde, que é a linha 116, a revisão da lei da violência doméstica, que é a lei 29/2009, e com a liderança do Ministério da Juventude e Desporto, promovemos programas de retenção escolar da rapariga e adolescentes, atribuímos subsídios educacionais, clubes de rapariga, programas de mentoria, campanhas de transformação de normas sociais e parcerias para ampliar o acesso das jovens a emprego e empreendedorismo, tornando-se assim um dos mais completos programas de empoderamento da rapariga, a resposta de VBG. E este programa termina em 2029. Estamos agora a trabalhar com vários outros atores para ver como é que damos continuidade. E foi ontem, durante o Marketplace e ao longo das sessões, nós conseguimos obter vários contributos que estão mesmo a ajudar-nos. Temos também o programa Rapariga Bis, que é um programa conjunto entre a Unesco, a FUNUAP, a UNICEF, a UN Women, para melhorar a saúde sexual e reprodutiva, reduzir a violência baseada no gênero, promover oportunidades educativas para meninas e jovens mulheres. Ainda o projeto Health Improvement...
Please, 30 seconds. We really want to give the opportunity to...
Yes, ok. E também, para além disso, eu gostava de mencionar aqui que foi criado um mecanismo multissetorial para assistir e mitigar os casos de VBG. temos estado a coordenar, é um mecanismo coordenado pelo nosso Ministério, integram os serviços de justiça, a Polícia da República de Moçambique, a Saúde. A nível da educação, temos um mecanismo multissetorial para assistência a jovens e raparigas em saúde sexual e reprodutiva. E temos um exemplo muito interessante que iniciamos no norte de Moçambique, que são as Sentinelas da Paz. E também temos os permanentes e os comitês comunitários para alerta e aconselhamento nas comunidades rurais sobre casos de violência. Então, eles alertam a um mecanismo e o mecanismo depois aí, através dos diferentes sistemas, consegue garantir a proteção necessária. E agora vamos expandir para outras partes do país. Os nossos maiores desafios. A aplicação da lei das uniões prematuras enfrenta os obstáculos práticos, especialmente em áreas rurais, onde as normas culturais e práticas tradicionais persistem. Recursos ainda não são suficientes para cobrir todas as províncias com os serviços de saúde sexual e reprodutiva adequadas. As normas sociais e culturais, precisamos continuar a operar, precisamos continuar a trabalhar de uma forma de sinergia e holística para garantir a aplicabilidade das leis.
Thank you. I'll have to stop you here.
Okay.
Can we give her a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Sienna. And there was a lot to unpack from what you've given to us. So you've given us a lot. I think one of the biggest things is the multi-sectoral approach, which is very key, but also the multi-sectoral between your work with Ministry of Gender, Labor, and working towards the same goal, but also making sure that the program in itself is also multi-sectoral. So thank you for sharing that. Can we give a round of applause to all our panelists for the excellent intervention, please? We will now turn to and I don't want to hold you back from lunch, from tea break. So we have about 20 minutes thereabout left. So I employ and ask and beg that you keep it direct. We don't need to hear a long story before you explain, what the message you're trying to pass across. My goal here is to pick out the strategies and the actions. So if your intervention does not have a specific strategy or outcome that contributes to the outcome document, we can talk about it during. So I'll pick 4 from this side and 4 from this side. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I did call on you. And then over here, so it's only 1, 2. So we'll start, we'll go line by line. Oh, 3, yeah. So please go ahead. Please keep it to 2 minutes. Thank you, and I'm timing. I'll stop you at exactly 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. As introduced yesterday, I'm Mariam from Ghana. We are all aware that education is the most powerful tool to the empowerment of women and girls. Before 2017 in Ghana, we enjoyed free education from primary to junior high school. And at that point, the parity, educational parity between boys and girls were very, very high. But in 2017, when the government made deliberate and intentional policy to introduce free senior high school education, currently, as we speak, we have achieved gender parity in Ghana. And so I would want to urge AU and heads of state in the continent to be intentional about educating their youth by introducing free and universal education in their various countries. I think it's the first step to go so that grassroots organizations can come in with the other factors such as distance, menstrual hygiene products to support government initiative in order for us to achieve universal and gender educational parity in the continent. That was just a statement. Now I have a question to Madagascar. She made mention that they provide scholarship through the EAGA project up to the 9th grade. So I would like to know what happens to the girls after the 9th grade. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope I was brief.
No, you were brief. Even though you had another one, but it was brief. So thank you very much. There was one more person. I'm going by line. So I think Brenda, you can go. Then, yes.
Thank you very much to the panelists. One question goes to Nena. I hope I pronounced that right. You did talk about the adverse impacts of climate change on children and, of course, its impacts on children and their health. Yesterday, we heard that the outcome document for climate change from the African Summit did not have a gender lens to it. Why? Given that this is the issue that you work on. Then two, the panelists have all looked at the aspect of the US aid pulling out of Africa. I think it is even worse. If we're only looking at US aid, it is worse to borrow from the Gen Z. We are cooked because Fleming, the UK's fund, has also gone and withdrawn its funding from Africa, and most of their funding. And the Fleming Fund is very critical because it works on anti-resistance to antibiotics, which is a big global public health situation in Africa. What does that mean? C-sections will be impacted. When you're giving birth and you need antibiotics, you're not going to get, the medication is not going to work. And who is impacted mostly? It's women and girls. Refugees, women and girls who are displaced, those in conflict. So that domestic funding to health is something that's very critical that we need to look at, not only because of US aid getting out, but because also of the Fleming Fund that is severely going to impact. WHO says by 2050, we're going to have about 90% of deaths from resistance to antibiotics. And who's impacted? Women and girls, especially those from disadvantaged groups. Then we all talked about education, the aspect of water, sanitation, hygiene in schools in Africa. UNICEF says about less than 50% of schools in West and Central Africa do not have access to wash facilities. And actually, no, let me read it correctly. 50% of schools have Less than 50% of schools have access to water, and less than 40% have access to adequate sanitation. African Union, what are we doing with governments in relation to strengthening the wash facilities in schools? Because that data is very disheartening and has an impact on the outcome of education. And the aspect of access to electricity for children in schools, power for lighting, that needs to be also addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we had somebody in the front over here.
Thank you. So I think in order for us to ensure we keep girls and women in school, I want us to focus on not only access, but access, success, and redress. So we don't just put them in school, but we ensure we create conditions for them to stay in school and correct a lot of injustices, such as the provision of free sanitary towels, if a good policy position for member countries that girls, young women be given free sanitary towels, school feeding schemes. Going to school hungry, leaving nothing at home is difficult. So there should be food in schools. These are humanized African schools. And free quality compulsory education for the poor. Curriculum reform and language policy. Why are we still speaking English, Portuguese, French as African thinkers that are seated here? Why are we not speaking our own African language that we make universal in Africa? So education transformation in Africa should first reflect, including in the language that we communicate in Africa. My second point is embracing indigenous knowledge systems and also both formal and informal education. It's actually through informal education that social norms can be debunked and community organizations can play a critical role in terms of that. My last one, free decolonized education for Africans. Now, I'm posing it in a question because I want that to come out very, very clearly. What kind of education does Africans need that teaches us about love for our continent, and an education system that produces patriots. So we're speaking about putting young women into education, girls into education, but what kind of education is that? So we need an education system that is going to teach us to love our countries, to love the continent, and do our studies and qualification add any value into building better communities. So I want our panelists to respond to that in terms of the decolonial trajectory that we must pursue alongside access, success, redress. Thank you.
Sorry, I've just been told we have 10 minutes, so I'm really going to ask you to be direct. Either it doesn't have to be a question, it can be a contribution to the panel, which we're actually looking more forward to. We want to hear from you how you're doing this so that we can add to it. We're all experts in this room as well. And I want to leave at least 2 minutes or 3 minutes for the panelists to answer the questions that have already been posed. So I'm going to go to you next, and then you next. I'll take you all, but we might just not be able to answer. Please keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to react to Brenda's questions, WASH is the AU theme of the year next year, so just this might be relevant. And my question was for Seana. Sorry, it's a question, it's not a contribution.
Yeah, it's okay, yeah.
Gostaria de saber se tem disposições especiais para as regiões do norte de Moçambique, tipo para as raparigas que são afetadas para conflitos, verdade, né? E se tem, quais são elas?
Can you repeat, please?
Yes. Eu gostaria de saber se tem disposições especiais para as raparigas das regiões afetadas por conflitos no norte de Moçambique. E se tem, quais são elas?
Thank you, great question, because I'm also looking to learn from how, girls in conflict are being supported so that we can take to the other countries like Sudan and DRC, etc. Over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Aratheli Nchama from Equatorial Guinea. And first of all, I would like to thank African Union and GMAC Network for giving me the opportunity to be able to stay here today with all my sisters. Can you allow me to speak in my language so that I can feel free?
Yes, please, but keep it under 2 minutes, please. I'll actually cut you if you go beyond. I'm sorry.
All right. Tengo una sugerencia. Mi sugerencia, ¿se me escucha?
I thought it was French.
No hay.
Oh, there's no Spanish, but the interpreter says that they will try to, but it might not be.
Okay. I'm very sorry. So let me try in English. Okay. But I think I could have delivered my message very well in my language. I want to suggest that if African Union can help those families that they are from the most poorest areas in our country, how? We know that there are some educations that we get from universities and normal school. And we also know that there are some older education that we get only in our background houses. So, as my sister says, she says when she was young, she remembered that when she got her menstruation, she never had any conversation with the mother or with the father, so she never had anybody that was there to direct her that when you reach this age, you are going to have this. But for me, I think we need to create some systematic education that we can help those families that they lack of normal education that we get from universities and normal school, and they also lack the education that that everybody needs to have, like the education that they give in our mother's home. I think it is very important, because I know that there are some families that the mother is a dumb, the father is a dumb, the brothers, even the areas that they are, all of them, they are dumb, and those children, they don't have who is there with them to direct them, to teach them how they can be better people or person when they are mature or whenever they are growing up. So
thank you very much.
I suggest African Union to create this type of education system to help fathers and mothers to be able to give good education background for their children.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I tried. I really tried.
Thank you. Okay, one over here, and I think I have two. 1, 2, 3 here.
All right. So thank you for the elaborate presentations. I've got a question and then 3 suggestions. The question is that the anti-rights movement has been building its base for over a decade. And they are well coordinated, and the movement is well conceptualized. They know exactly what they're doing. And I'm afraid that if we get too bogged down in our theory of changes and our strategies, we will not move fast enough to address the erosion that is happening even as we sit here. Are we aware that in our schools there are clubs where children are being taught the opposite of exactly what we are being taught here? That those clubs are well funded and are accepted by our head teachers, by our principals. Are we aware? And so in what ways are our current, is our education, and that is both our formal, informal, and civic education, addressing that schooling, that education that is happening, that alternative education? To build up on that then, is to then be very much aware that the issue of the anti-rights movement is not a women's rights issue. It is an issue for all of us. And I say this because when we talk about USAID funding, we usually think it's got to do with the health issues and all of that. And we forget that funding has been receding all over. Right now we seem to have education funding, but we need to interrogate what kind of education and alternative education is being provided. Social norms are being reinforced through media, not just, so we're talking about social media, but we also have to look at music and the popular adages that are going around, and our education is not addressing that. So we're talking about social norms in the traditional setting, and we're not talking about what is happening actually in our urban setting. And then finally, it's just, again, a reminder, people do not live in theory of changes and log frameworks. So let's really think about how we're going to address the empowerment at individual level, at systematic level, and at structural level. And I would say that also goes for the issue around economic empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one before you, but I can't find the person, so go ahead, all the way at the end. Was it you? Sorry, but okay, so you can talk while she's walking down.
Okay, thank you. I just want to call us all to the conversation about money. Almost all panelists are pointing to funding, and so we are all having this conversation. Our governments are responsible for social services, and we need to be able to call them out. But where is the money in our governments going? We also need to be part of the conversation about debt, financing, because our African governments are really burdened with the issues of debt, that they're taking money away from social services, our education, our health, and everything that concerns women and youth. All that money is going towards debt financing. So I'm calling on the AU to be part of this conversation and help our African governments restructure debt or get debt cancelled so that we can have funding redirected to the services that are really important to us as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Very critical point. Now, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Ruth Nkotomona, Executive Director for Disabled Women in Africa, based in Malawi. And my contribution is mainly around the issue of SRH. We get to see a lot of reports on our end concerning women, but also girls with disability that would testify that their wombs were removed without any consent, and they are forced to not bear children, but also there are also those kind of negative attitudes from health professionals hindering women and girls with disability from accessing sexual and reproductive health services and enjoying their rights. And so I just want to make this recommendation that it's really important that the legal and policy reforms should take place to prohibit and criminalize non-consensual sterilization, but also there is need for empowerment for girls with disabilities through accessible information services, but also even safe spaces to make information on SRHR available, and that they can be able to make those decisions, but also the need to increase awareness and accountability mechanisms that would hold health professionals and institutions accountable. And lastly, perhaps integrating disability perspectives in the national and regional SRHR strategies, ensuring that girls with disabilities are included. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there was one last person. Oh, two. One and two, and then we are done. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm Linga Mihoa from Malawi. Let me thank the panel for the interesting insights that they brought. My recommendation is to do at operational level, and I'll draw on the experiences that Asante from Malawi has shared, and also the lady from Madagascar. I actually liked the Madagascar model because it has shown that we cannot address this with just one strategy. It has really got very interesting, peaks of mutually reinforcing strategies, and I think that's what we need in terms of getting girls to be empowered. It's looking at agency, it's looking at the acquisition of skills, it's looking at the institutional setup. So I think the Madagascar model, many of us would be interested to get to know more, and I think that's where we should be going, really. It's not just about provision of bursaries and pads, it's about everything to do with the ecosystem. So that systemic approach to girls' education has really resonated with me. So riding on that, one of the issues that I wanted to recommend is the issue around strong collaboration amongst the institutions that are working on girls' education. There is usually some tension. For instance, the Ministry of Education, they'll focus on their mandate, but when the Ministry of Health wants to come in with issues of sexual and reproductive health rights, then there's a friction, because they're saying, well, like in the case of Malawi, we've been looking at ways in which the Ministry of Education can expand the space for Ministry of Health to reach out to children that are in school. But they say, well, we are here to deliver education and not to deliver sexual reproductive health commodities. So I think we really need to look at ways in which commitments can be made from a collaborative approach, and also from an approach where they can begin to deal with the systematic issues, the intersection that the young people face with. And I think my brother talked about an interesting model around the gender responsive education strategies. Again, I think for me is to recommend that there needs to be strong collaboration between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender. Because whilst we can build experts in the Ministry of Education, but quite a lot of the expertise in terms of the mobilization at grassroots level, the work on the social norms, that expertise sits in the Ministry of Gender. So you would have a beautiful national girls' education strategy located in the Ministry of Education, but there's less talk with the Ministry of Gender, which is dealing with issues of early child marriage. So again, making a recommendation about collaboration at institutional level so that we can address these issues at systemic level.
Thank you very much. Very critical point. The last to you.
My question is
sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So my question is around curriculum reform that my brother talked about. So I just wanted to hear his views on having gender equity indicators being included in the performance appraisal for the educational actors, because from my experience, mostly in the appraisal, they are being appraised based on, teachers' attendance, punctuality, syllabus coverage, but it doesn't go beyond having the gender equity indicators such as enrollment, retention, STEM participation included in the appraisal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we're out of time, what we're going to do is I'm going to give each of the panelists a minute to either address the comments or speak in closing. And then since we're going on break, we can connect to continue the conversation and hopefully. So apologies, I really wanted us to have this time, but I can see Linway at my back. So I'm going to start this time from the left to the right. So just 1 minute to wrap up and maybe respond, or any comments you'd like to give as parting words.
Okay. I think, my brother, we probably will have a discussion during the tea break on the gender equity education aspect in the appraisal process, specifically when it has to do with the curriculum reform, if you don't mind, because it's a big spectrum within the curriculum reform. And the lady from Malawi was talking about the gender responsive education sector planning process. So how do we operate when we are doing a training on gender responsive education sector planning? So we don't only target experts at the Ministry of Education. So we have representatives from the Ministry of Education, from the Ministry of Gender, from the Ministry of Planning, from the Ministry of Finance, and from the Ministry of Health. So because of the format that we are using, but now we used to have GREPS training for representative of countries, but now we're going to move toward having GREPS training for at the national level. So we have those different stakeholders coming together to understand what is the gender responsive education sector planning.
Yeah.
If you have this understanding, and each state actor can easily identify what will be my role at this point and what's the intersection on to have a global impact. And this is something that we will be running throughout 2026.
Thank
and
you.
last one, maybe from Equatorial Guinea, because there was most of the things like we would like to ask AU to do this, we would like to ask AU to do this, AU to do this. But first, if you can take a time to look at some of the policies that your countries have ratified, like especially the Article 11 of the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Children. Article 11 says that each state has the obligation to provide free and compulsory education for all these children. This is what they have ratified. So ask them what they should do, right? So
it goes back to accountability. So
Definitely.
are we holding our states accountable? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Over to you.
Thank you.
1 minute, please.
Yes. Concernant les questions qui ont été posées et les recommandations spécifiquement pour ma présentation, premièrement, il y avait la question comme quoi, après la bourse, ce niveau d'études où on leur donne des bourses, qu'arrive-t-il aux jeunes filles? Donc effectivement, on donne les bourses à partir de la classe de T6 jusqu'en T8, c'est-à-dire les 6e, 7e et 8e années de leurs études. Après cela, les jeunes filles passent le brevet et donc elles passent au lycée normalement. Et donc là, l'objectif, il faut se rappeler pour le ministère de l'Éducation nationale, c'est qu'elles puissent terminer d'abord ces 9 années-là obligatoires de leur éducation pour qu'elles sachent lire, écrire, compter et qu'elles aient les capacités nécessaires pour continuer dans une vie active. Elles ont donc le choix, à partir du brevet, soit elles passent au lycée, soit elles pourront bénéficier des autres composantes du projet IGER. Concernant l'entrepreneuriat, elles pourront être formées et financées dans cette autre composante-là si elles veulent développer des entreprises pour eux. Donc, il y a une complémentarité effectivement entre les jeunes filles de 10 à 17 ans et ensuite faire la continuité lorsqu'elles auront 18 ans de commencer une vie active dans le monde du travail. Également, concernant la recommandation qui nous a été proposée, effectivement, on pense vraiment à cette approche systémique-là et à une forte collaboration entre les ministères, le ministère de l'Éducation et de Genre, qui sont également ici, je tiens à préciser. Il y a des représentants du ministère du Genre et qui travaillent étroitement avec le ministère de l'Éducation nationale. Donc, voilà.
To you, Asante.
Thank you very much. So for the questions, we're going to respond them during lunchtime, but I just would like to say my closing remarks to say that let us all be accountable. Whether we're working at grassroots level, at national level, even at continental level, we're all responsible for accountability. Where in this case, accountability shall mean that policies are implemented and that duty bearers are responsible for what they promise to do, because the gains that we have had over the past 10 years, over the past 20 years, we can easily lose them overnight. But if we are accountable, the gains will not only be maintained, but they're going to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping it very brief. So, lesson learning for the remaining two speakers. Over to you. Final words. No questions. Yeah.
Muito obrigada. Algumas questões vou responder realmente também na hora do café, mas entretanto indo para a questão específica sobre as crianças em situações de conflito, principalmente em Cabo Delgado e na zona norte do país, queria dizer que nós ainda não temos medidas estratégicas, estamos ainda a desenvolver para os próximos anos, mas entretanto estamos a adotar e a implementar medidas muito concretas e especiais, emergenciais. Neste momento, nós temos 29 centros de acolhimento e orfanatos que estão a receber estas crianças. Infelizmente, a nossa capacidade ainda são apenas para receber 2.000 crianças por aí, e temos cerca de 404.886 crianças em zonas de conflito e necessitando acompanhamento. E estas têm sido também, para além dos nossos centros de acompanhamento, algumas famílias têm estado a acolher e nós estamos a conseguir a reintegrar. O que mais nos preocupa neste momento é que cerca de 4.914 crianças ainda estão desacompanhadas, ainda estão a ser assistidas por nós. Era só para fechar. E, entretanto, só as últimas...
Maybe we can continue the conversation.
Então, era só para dizer que Moçambique está mesmo comprometido em construir uma sociedade onde as mulheres e as crianças e os homens tenham igualdade de direitos, oportunidades e dignidade, consolidando os alicerces de paz duradoura e de desenvolvimento sustentável para todos. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Nena, please final words. And you had most of the time earlier, so I'm deducting 30 seconds from your 1 minute.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I'll be very, very, very quick. Let me just answer one question here about the domestic financing. The lady in the front was talking about USAID. That was just an example. Of course, there's been a lot of donors that have withdrawn, and has affected a lot of programs affecting girls and young women, and I just gave that was just an example, but there are a number of them that have withdrawn, and that is why we work with member states, and we are really trying for member states to have a multi-sectoral approach, not just the Ministry of Gender, like one of the ladies said, but different ministries, including the Ministry of Finance, on how more money can be put into social issues affecting girls and women and so on. So this is very important for us. And then the last thing I want to say is even though girls with disabilities, whether physical, mental disabilities, is very important, and this is something which we also are bringing into the fold. We do have in the child participation platform, we bring in also those girls who are having disabilities, mental, physical disabilities as well. And we're also looking at cultural practices, not just negative cultural practices like ending child marriage, FGM. We're also encouraging girls, young women, also boys, to look at the positive cultural practices that they can bring in their communities and in their families, and work with each other and have peer-to-peer mentorships on positive cultural practices and on their own empowerment as young people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we give the panelists all a round of applause? No, it has to be better than that. They've been here for like an hour and a half. Thank you. I'm going to not do my closing because Lindwe is right on top of my head. I would just say that, you know, we've had many great insights, both from the panelists and from the floor. We've learned about the importance of accountability for us to achieve any kind of progress. We've also learned that it needs to be multi-sectoral, it needs to be diverse, we need to engage both from the grassroots to the government to the member states in all of these implementation processes. And then also they need to be in both formal and informal spaces, because we are also saying that the anti-rights movements are moving to the formal sector, and how do we work on that? So I just want us to go back as we have our coffee break to continue to reflect and continue to have the conversation. Thank you so much for the insightful conversation, and to the panelists. Thank you all.
Thank you. Sorry to police your panel. It was very interesting. So please, as you take your photo, I'm just encouraging the participants to engage them during tea break or during lunch. Before you go for tea break, I would like to ask a huge favor, which, tech team, can I share my screen, please? This is very important. I don't know who is on tech, but I just want to share a small story. Tech team? Nothing? You see, in 1999, I was in my first year at university, and fortunately or unfortunately, I got pregnant. There were no contraceptives on campus, and I tried to go and get morning after pills, and the nurse told me to come back with my father because there were forms that he had to sign. And today, 25 years later, his name is Philip. This is my lack of SRHR baby. And today he turns 25. So I am a testimony of teenage pregnancy and a testimony of what education can do if you send us back to school. So for now, I'm just going to ask her to record a video and for you to just sing him happy birthday, and then we go for tea. So, on your marks. Philip!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tyler. Happy birthday to you. May God bless him now. May God bless him now. May God bless him now. May God bless him now.
Thank you. So not every teenage pregnancy. Yeah, many more. No, thank you. Bon appetit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our tea break is 15 minutes, and then we'll come back. Please, team, let's help usher them out. Victor, please play us out for tea break. I'm told the song is with you. Tech team, Victor.
Okay, now I'm serious. Last one.
I've already taken like 10.
Floor. Okay, she's going to introduce her panel and her discussion for this afternoon.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I can assure you, whatever you've just heard is an allegation, and a serious one at that. My name is Patusoma Kopeni, as it has been indicated, and I'm a journalist. I'm not going to go to the other stuff, but as a vice chair of African Women, and I'm going to call on Ms. Nonhlanhla Dlamini, who is the director of Eswatini Action Group Against Abuse. Okay. And she is going to be joined by Ms. Lingalereni Mihowa from the Women's Manifesto Movement. And thirdly, it's Ms. Maureen Shonge, who's joining us online, who is a regional policy specialist, women's political participation. She's going to be joining us online. And we have someone that I have taken serious interest in, and I mean serious interest, Ms. Hansatu Adebite, and she calls herself, and I think I like it, she's Hansi, African Women Leaders Network in Nigeria. Okay. And I want to welcome the panelists to the discussion. And as we start, firstly, I think it's appropriate to thank the AU, its partners, World Bank, and others for coordinating this session. It comes at a critical moment, and I think the issue that's being addressed around regression on gender equality imperatives is a great one. And I'm actually fascinated by the report that was presented by Matilda yesterday, thinking of the industry data where the media is concerned, showing how newsrooms have actually lost women as leaders and as editors, which has become a serious thing because these are people who have tools for visibility. And if they are not in the newsrooms, how are women going to be seen in the stories that are being told? And how are their voices being amplified, particularly where women join politics and are in the democracy contestation space? And this discussion comes at an apt time. And I do think that we would not be doing justice if we don't honor and reflect for a moment on the women who have lost their lives through gender-based violence. Some, it's conflict-ridden circumstances they find themselves in. humanitarian-based violence in cases where there are wars, and sometimes it's at home at the hands of their partners, sometimes it's at work, corporate bullying and all other instances that women get exposed to. And at this moment, I want us to stand for just a few seconds in paying respect to those women who have lost their lives under those circumstances. Representation in decision-making and the strategies needed to create safer, more inclusive political spaces. And through our discussion, I hope we can collectively imagine bold solutions anchored in accountability, solidarity, and systemic change that move us closer to an Africa where women can participate in leadership free of harassment, discrimination, and delegitimization. As it has been cited here by several speakers who came before this session, statistical data shows that despite regulatory, policy, and legislative frameworks, as well as political commitments made by various governments on our continent, we are seeing increasing intensity in gender-based violence. And the question we're asking ourselves, why? So, for the audience, I would like you to pause and reflect on this question. How does violence against women impact their political and democratic participation and the quality of governance as an outcome? We are going to come back to this, but I want you to reflect on that as we start our discussion. And I'm going to start with you, Ms. Dlamini, sitting on my left. Sometimes I can't tell which one is my left. It depends on where I'm sitting. I want us to look at the cultural, social, and institutional norms that continue to perpetuate violence against women in Africa, and how can these be effectively challenged through local and international instruments.
Thank you, and good morning once again. As I've been introduced, I'm Nonhlanhla Dlamini, but you can call me Noni, and I'm the Executive Director of Swatini Action Group Against Abuse, and I have also been previously a Member of Parliament. So at the core of, and I've worked in the area of gender-based violence for over 25 years in total, but with some years spent in Parliament, and then back again to the space. At the core of gender-based violence is the issue of patriarchy, where there is male dominance. And when males are given that from birth, they feel they have control over women. And not only that, then that is also instilled by religion. I come from a high Christian country, where men are considered to be heads and still in the part of patriarchy, and not only as heads, but women are considered minors. And that is what actually perpetuates gender-based violence. And not only that, but also the issue in Siswati, we call it Tibitendlu, which means house dirt, like you never hang your dirty linen into the public. That has really also contributed in the spread of gender-based violence. And what hurt me the most is that Tibitendlu only is recognized when there's gender-based violence. If there's any other offense in the home, it's not considered Tibitendlu, it's not concealed. But once it's violence, then it's considered Tibitendlu. And because I work with the survivors of gender-based violence, it is so painful because you would hear a child saying, you know, when I've done something wrong, I get disciplined for that. But there's someone who has hurt me and no one wants to take responsibility. Instead, then they blame the survivor. Then the other contributing factor is the issue of drug and alcohol abuse. Even for me, while people will use drug and alcohol abuse as an excuse, I often say it all goes back to the issue of patriarchy, because a person who abuses drugs and alcohol will not go to the workplace and punch his supervisor, will not punch the sister or the mother or any other person. It will only be the wife that will actually receive the punches. So alcohol and drugs is actually used as an excuse. The whole issue of gender-based violence is actually centered around the issue of patriarchy, the power imbalance, that the man has power over the woman. And I know sometimes people will make excuses in our local context to say it's because the woman is using the husband's money or the boyfriend's money. And believe me, as I've worked in this area, that's not the case. We have women that are financially stable, that have more money than the men, but they still get abused in the process. So it is not just about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noni, for that. You see, I'm already in the Egumeni vibe. So I have Noni this side, I have Hansi this side, and I'm going to hear from you, Lireni. I want a vibey kind of version. Okay. So I just want to link what Noni has just said about patriarchy being perceived as a birthright for males to control women, and the enabling mechanisms being your drugs and alcohol abuse. But she made mention of Tibitendlu, which is the idea that we don't hang out the family dirty linen for the public to see. And the question that I want you to reflect on is, how can we dismantle the normalization of domestic and sexual violence as private family matters?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think the starting point is the personal is political. So there's just no way that we should allow the normalization of domestic and sexual violence. And I think we've come this far. We still see the statistics going up. When it comes to issues to do with domestic and sexual violence in the home, I think we need to do more on these things. One, we need to do more on breaking the stigma. As Mama has indicated, that quite a lot of women are not able to come out because they'll be stigmatized. So I think one of the first things that we need to do is really to build a whole movement, and I know we've been there before, but I think we need to put more efforts around breaking the stigma. Somebody should be able to come out and be able to say, call it out for what it is. And I think we need to destigmatize that area. We need to find ways of breaking the silence. That's one step of moving forward. So let's break the stigma so that people can begin not to feel comfortable with silence. So we need to do that, and then we also need to stop the impunity. There's a lot of impunity going around, and I think we really need to do more on that. However, I think you recognize that in most of the African setups, when it comes to issues to do with domestic violence, there are institutions, that protect the institution of the union, whatever it is, whatever marriage right that people have gone through. And it's almost like you can't you cannot begin to interrogate that institution, you know, because it's protected by the church, or it's protected by the mosque, it's protected by a shrine or whatsoever. And I think we really need to move towards deepening the work that we can do with institutions that surround the unions. Because if we begin to deal with those institutions, then you find that those that are inside those institutions will know that they have allies outside. There have been cases where women have been battered. They have gone to the traditional counselors, those that are the advocates, those that are supposed to like support the mentorship and everything else, and they're told to go back. And it doesn't help. So what will the woman do, or what will the girl or the young woman do, is just to persevere. Because actually, like in GEWE, in my country, in Malawi, they say, Banja, ndikupilira, you have to be resilient in your marriage. And that means putting up with all sorts of abuse. I think we have to find a way of making sure that we can deconstruct the norms and the notions that, you know, perpetuate, you know, actions that are full of abuse. So let's deepen more work. There has to be systematic programs. There are many programs that we can run with the community groups whatsoever, but there's not much that we are doing with the faith-based organizations, and I think we really need to find a way of, you know, developing interventions that can deal with the institutions that protect that union, because it's in that union that we have all forms of abuse, and begin to deconstruct those notions. We also need to deepen our work with the responders. So if we've broken the silence, the stigma, there has to be a way in which we can also enable those that are the responders. And I'm speaking to the judiciary, I'm speaking to the police, I'm speaking to the counselors. Sometimes women run to what we call victim support units in my country. There could be shelters elsewhere. And it's literally a police person that has been taught to protect this woman, because is a functionary of the state, that will actually say, police. Like, ma'am, is this a story to bring to the police? Just go back and sort these things out with your husband. So we need to also find a way of making sure that we understand that even the institutions that are supposed to be the responders may not be progressive, because they are within the same cultural setup. So they wear the cultural hat and begin to transfer the same patriarchy over the victim or the survivor that has come forward. So very strong programs that can begin to respond that this is not just a family matter. If I sue my partner, it's going to be the state against my partner. So we have to find a way of making sure that responders begin to acknowledge that they are duty bearers to actually go into the home and address these issues. So we can no longer treat this as a private matter because somebody has infringed on the rights of a person. And then my two last points would be to do with issues of supporting a lot of people that are within the continuum of care. Quite a lot of times, I think we have seen reports of rising cases of mental health. I think we need to find a way of making sure that we can bring professional counselors within the responders, so that if a woman or if a young person begins to speak about violence, one of the things is to support them to have the healing that's needed on the onset, so that they can begin to actually also analyze and interrogate the situation that have come in. You cannot just, somebody else that has been perpetually beaten and whatsoever cannot come up and say, well, that was violence. Sometimes people even justify it. Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't cook well, you know, my food was not properly cooked, that's why he beat me up. So we have to find a way of being able to support people to understand what violence is, and to begin to be able to call it out so that they can begin to heal their own process. I'll finalize with one story, which up until now when I tell it, it gives me some shivers. There was a person, a man that we went to college with. He was my senior, and you'd expect somebody that has gone through university to be an enlightened person, somebody else that when they marry, they're going to be, you know, a reasonable partner. But this man, you know, exited the University of Malawi, married some lady, and kept beating her every day of her life as far as she can remember. The guy was knocking off at 5 o'clock because he was working for the government. So this lady told her story after the man had died, that, do you know what? Every day that money that you call your former, you know, former colleague at the university, every time that he came home at 5:15, I knew that the first thing that he needed to do when he drops off his briefcase, takes off his jacket, is to beat me. Every day of his life. To the extent that even when he died, and as his wife, I went to bury him, for the next 3, 4, 5 months, every time it was 5 o'clock, I thought he was walking through that door to beat me up. That's what violence does to our psychology, to our humanity, and to our everything. And I think we need to stop treating this as a private matter. It is a violation of rights, and let's call it for what it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. I'm listening to you saying we need to normalize speaking out, and that actually my body is not a family project, and therefore I'm going to take responsibility regardless of how the family feels when I know that my rights are being violated as a woman. And I want to transition from what we are looking at in terms of domestic arrangements and take it out in the political space where women are active. Hansi, I want us to look at isolation and silencing as weapons that are used against women in politics. How can powerful networks like African Women in Leadership Network provide solidarity and sanctioning mechanisms?
Okay, thank you very much. I think, first of all, just to provide some context, it's important for me to just mention 1 or 2 things about AWLIN, the African Women Leadership Network, just to give everybody in the room some context about the organization. So AWLIN really is an advocacy movement, and the aim is sort of to create that ecosystem of that conducive emergence of women leaders and also youth, of course, so that we become a critical mass within Africa, and we're able to, not just Africa, but even those in diaspora, and we're able to sort of use that critical mass for transformational change in Africa. And so it's really about creating and sustaining an inclusive and progressive network, which is very critical. I always say that a lot of us in Africa know the traditional brooms that we use in sweeping, especially in the villages. And we all know that usually when you remove one stick, it is easy to break a stick. But when you put the broom together, it is a struggle to break all the pieces in that broom. And that is an example of what networks can do in Africa, especially when we are galvanized and our voices come together collectively to be heard. And so, of course, AWLIN wants to empower both women and youth and ensure that we enhance their leadership to transform this nation and, of course, this continent. And, of course, it is in line with the African Union's Agenda 2063 so that we all get the Africa that we want. But having said that, what has worked for AWLIN, which is what I will use to answer the question, number one is the strong structure that they have. Of course, all the female past presidents of Africa are members of that network, especially they serve as elders and leaders. We also have past chairpersons and deputy chairpersons of the African Union, as well as our Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. And so these are leaders that have worked on the continent, they understand the issues, and they're able to speak. And we also have some male champions, of course. And there are 5 C's that work for us. Number one, the youth caucus as members of AWLIN. And so each membership base obviously operates in a national context in different countries, so they have national chapters. We have the private sector coalition. I know that we mentioned the importance of private sector yesterday. Then the rural, urban, and maritime communities, the diaspora consortiums, as well as the public sector collectives. So what we are saying in AWLIN is that there is strength in numbers. That's very important, and we do hope that in future by 2030, we're able to mobilize at least 5 million members. Now, why have I started with this? We all know that when you bring numbers, it is very difficult to shift the needle. You can slap one person, but enter a room and slap 5 million people, there is chaos because they will all pounce on you. And so that is what we are also saying that is very important in our strategy. So when you look at isolation and silencing women, especially in politics, I also want to just mention for context also that we are aware that men also face violence. We're also aware of that. So I know a lot of men say everything's about women, 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 but we are also aware of that. It's just that the numbers are staggering when it comes to women. So it's important for me to say that Owlin can also work on solidarity. Solidarity in terms of rapid responses. Sometimes we can come together when there are issues of violence for women in politics. It's important to bring out statements, use the media to ensure that we amplify some of these statements and responses, joint statements, and collective voices, so that it's not just one person speaking. There must be safe spaces for even women in politics where they can come and confidentially sort of explain what they're going through, get good advice, and at the same time, even in some cases, psychological support where needed. It is also important for us to note that we must engage our leaders. And I think one thing with Owlin is that they have access to even presidents. So it's important to engage our leaders and also get the necessary support that is needed and ensure that the agendas on addressing violence against women in politics is addressed. Of course, the legal and policy climate too can be addressed. You know, there are a lot of women groups that they have that legal capacity, like FIDA, and what they're doing both locally and internationally. So we can engage them and begin to even get the kind of legal support that some of these female politicians need, and quite a lot of advocacy around that. Then there is also the intervention of sanctioning even the culprits, that name and shame mechanism. There's no need to be hiding the identity and protecting even some of these things. And we can even see what has been happening even on our continent these days. Even social media will not allow you to hide anything. Even if you want to hide it, the youth are not that patient with us. So we must name and shame. We must track what is happening in different countries across the continent, and also have some of these statistics so that it's easier to even address some of these cases. Also have diplomatic pressure. That is where the AU and the UN and other international agencies come in. We have to put some pressure on some of these countries or political parties and so on and so forth that continue to ensure that our women are not protected. Sometimes there can be withdrawals of some of their privileges or even some strict sanctions. The reason these things happen is because, just like I think the previous panel, somebody was saying there's no consequence, the absence of the rule of law. They've seen people get away with it over and over again. So if you can get away with it, then what more can those coming behind do? They just repeat what they've seen and get away with it. And then we should have some accountability frameworks. And I think in the long run, in concluding, we must build a credible evidence-based advocacy and interventions and ensure that we even have the data to support that. We must also train our women leaders, both those that are aspirational and those that are even there, so that they understand how to protect their digital reputations, how to handle crisis response, and build the right narratives. And then we must build alliances with our male champions, as well as CSOs, NGOs, and other strategic partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hansi, for that. I listened to your 5 C's. And you also mentioned what was mentioned before, impunity and lack of consequence.
Yes.
When violence is perpetrated against women. And I do think that the point about one of the C's being private sector coalition, and I was wondering this morning whether there are lessons to be learned from adjacent sectors like the private sector, where politics and women in politics are concerned, because we know the kind of aggression that women face in corporates. While it may seem like it's distant where politics is concerned, but I do think that there are lessons to be learned from women in business and in such spaces. So I think this is an important coalition, as you have mentioned it. And I want to transition and speak to Maureen, who is online. Just want to check if we have her. Okay.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Maureen. Taking from what has been said already, I want you to reflect on why women in politics are disproportionately targeted with harassment, threats, and violence, whether it's offline or online, compared to men. And what does this reveal about economic and political power structures?
Thank you so much. All protocol. My name is Maureen Shonge, and I'm working for UN Women in East and Southern Africa region. This has been an insightful session, and just want to commend my fellow panelists for some of the issues that they have brought to the fore. And thank you so much for that question. I think women in politics are disproportionately targeted with harassment, with threats, or with violence, not because wrong, but because they are challenging the status quo. Their presence disrupts what is called deeply engendered or embedded gender norms, and this exposes the discomfort of society or of men. So we see a lot of hostility that is existing when women claim the space in public or the authority in public. So what are some of the reasons for this, and what does this reveal about power? I think women's participation threatens male-dominated power systems. Politics has been for a long time been treated as a masculine domain. Women enter political spaces, especially leadership and decision-making roles, and it's seen not just as representation, but it is seen as disruption. So their presence then challenges the traditional gender hierarchies that reserve public power for men. And this disruption can provoke backlash, and we've seen it provoke backlash, often in the form of intimidation, harassment, or violence. So the pushback then is go back to the private sphere. You are not welcome in the public sphere. So this harassment then threatens function. It acts as a tool to police, right? It polices gender roles and pushes women back, or tries to push women back into traditional boundaries. So what does that reveal about power? I think it reveals that power structures are not neutral. They are designed to protect existing privilege, often at the expense of gender equality. I think the second issue is harassment is also being used to police women's behavior and roles. We see that women in politics are often judged by a different or a harsher standard than men. They face criticism not just for their policies, but for other issues like their appearance, speaking out strongly. They are called too ambitious, they are called too emotional, etc. And this harassment acts as a social control. It enforces expectation about how women should behave. And what does that reveal again about power? It reveals that the system again punishes women, and this is the patriarchal system. It punishes women for exercising the same rights and freedoms that are taken for granted by men, because power is still also gendered in some ways. So this violence is used to discourage women from leadership. The goal of the many attacks is for women not to feel safe, to think that being in the public sphere or in politics is too costly. So it's meant to deter, and I think that's important for us to remember all the time. So when women feel unsafe, they want to stay away from politics, and that removes their voice. The message for women is that,
we shouldn't even try because this is not a safe space. And so what does this again reveal? So these incidences, they're not isolated incidences. I think they're symptoms of structural, resistance sometimes to inclusive governance through some of these violent acts of cyber stalking, physical attacks, etc. But I think we also see an intersection of misogyny and power. The intensity of violence appears sometimes to reflect a deeper fear of losing patriarchal control, especially when we see women that come, and I don't like using the word, from marginalized backgrounds. When they gain power, it's seen as well as disrupting existing hierarchies. Even when their interventions or are progressive, still we see a hostile response to that. And again, what does that reveal about power? I think my reflection on that is that sometimes power is protected not only by gender, but sometimes by race, by class, by sexuality, or by ability. And those at the intersections are the most vulnerable sometimes. And then, of course, in their online spaces and issues that amplify some of these gendered attacks, and I think we have an opportunity to discuss that more at depth. But I think we need to start looking at what are some of the interventions that we need to have to address both online and offline violence, so that we have more women taking part in the public sphere. Laws and policies are critical. Addressing or highlighting some of these positive social norms is also quite critical for us to highlight that it's not all bad news, but that we do have some instances where we do have positive social norms that can be amplified, etc. I think I'll have an opportunity to extend or expand on this at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maureen, for that contribution. You mentioned right at the start hostility and spoke to harassment as a tool to remove the voices of women in the political arena. And you also mentioned the intersectionality of power, which sometimes doesn't really get the attention it deserves. If you were to break it down and look at the different dimensions that inform that kind of power. And I want to come back to the question that I asked initially. And I would like two people to reflect on, when you have heard that this is about removing women from participating in politics by silencing them, doing all the things that make them uncomfortable in the political environment, how does this violence against women impact their political and democratic participation, but in particular, the quality of governance as an outcome? And I want two people from the audience to speak to that. How does it affect the quality of governance as an outcome that we end up with few or no women in politics? I see a hand here. There's another one here, so thank you for the two.
All right. So the first thing that comes to mind is the return of the strongman politics, which is what we are seeing across the world, starting from the US to Kenya to Nigeria. Pretty much that's where we are. And it's a deliberate effort, again, systematic. We're not here by accident. It is quite deliberate. And so the violence against women, specifically in public spaces, and so in Malawi, for example, you've got examples of not only violence being targeted against women in elected office, we do often forget those in appointed offices, the violence that they meet, and it's deliberate, is to push you out and reconsolidate power around not just men and patriarchy, but around the neo-patrilineal structures that are embedded in political parties and in our governance structures. So essentially, you're looking at the boys' club, and the boys' club being constructed around not just power, but what should we call it? Corruption, really, but also a very deliberate effort around keeping money or the flow of money, and this includes public tenders around certain groups. And so when you recognize this, you realize it's not just about looking at women as a second-class citizen, but it is because it destabilizes a lot of processes and systems that they would like to keep in place. I'll leave it there, but I want to add that the Boys Club, we have to recognize, is not just at national level, but it's at regional level, and it's a global level. So let's look at the collaboration between the far-right governments and leaders as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. The implications of the erasure of women, which is systematic, and how it affects the quality of governance as an outcome. Your hand was up, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks. Also, I speak as someone that has been political active from my student days. I think the main thing it becomes the underrepresentation of women and lack of diversity in perspectives, experiences, and ideas. And also, the biggest asset for women in politics is the demographic dividend. Also, we men in numbers, and if you silence majority of party members and majority of citizens, no political party can make headway like that. So political parties tend to lose more by silencing women. And also, without diverse perspectives, policy decisions might not reflect the needs and aspirations of the entire population. And a lot of parties, and something that we need to take out from here is the politics of quotas and politics of participation and representation. But we need that discussion in terms of ensuring that there's more women and we make the environment conducive for them, including the violence that happens in political spaces and meetings that take on through the night. If you check in different countries, the central committee meetings, provincial meetings take place through the night, go on through the night, and women would choose to be safe because the environment itself is very violent, and we choose safety over participation. So we need to look at that when we want to encourage. And the last one is mentorship and intergenerational solidarity. I don't know whether it's a side effect of women that have been there before and the violence that has been perpetrated on them. There's usually women not being too kind to other women, especially to the younger ones, who enter into this whole space. When we entered as political activists ourselves, people were not talking to us, men were asking us out for sex, and we didn't have someone warning us to say, no, watch out for these kind of things. So you need intergenerational solidarity among women so that we carry each other through and offer each other support to actually dismiss some of these things and to confront them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned some serious issues there in terms of lack of diversity in lived experiences when women are excluded. The issue of democratic dividend, which is again relating to women, but I think the other part for me, which takes me to the next question, that policy decisions tend to not be inclusive because the lived experiences of women are not there, and that it's usually more about calculated strategic inclusion, which is just quotas, and not meaningful inclusion of women in the political sphere. And I do think that, in fact, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done around intergenerational solidarity and empathy for that. So I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in that space. This takes me to, back to you, Linga. Linga, oh, beautiful. See, it's Linga, Hansi, and Noni. Can you speak to the drivers of toxic discourse that seek to delegitimize women in politics, and how can women alter the narratives?
Yes, thank you. So I think the first part, Maureen has dealt with it, because she really did acknowledge that it's really an extension of patriarchy. When they begin to see women enter the political space, there is a disruption in terms of the makeup of power, and the men begin to resent that, and they want to push us back to the domestic arena. and also the cultural aspects and everything else to do with the notion of where women belong. You know, they belong in the private, they should just be seen, not heard. So getting into the political arena, you're beginning to challenge that notion, because you like Hillary Clinton said, you can't be a leader without a voice. So the starting point for any person that's striving for a political office in whatever manner is to really to have a voice, and you don't just speak to yourself or to your family, you have to go out in the public. So I think Maureen did speak to that, but I want to deal with how we can actually alter this narrative. And I think for us, really, and I say it in a very well-meaning manner, that we need to make sure that we're not just being nice about things. We are also being disruptive. Because the powers that face women, that push women back, are well calculated. You find that this is the place where men from different divides of politics have a front to push the women out. So I really think that we have to be very disruptive also about how best we can make sure that we alter this narrative. We're just coming back from the Malawi 2025 elections. That's just concluded like a week or 2 weeks ago. And I think clearly one of the things to acknowledge is that in many of our countries, women are going to be the ones that register the most, and are also going to be the ones that show up the most to vote. And these have been the consistent statistics that we've had. Even in the case of Malawi, out of the 6.2 million voters, 57% were women. And even for those that showed up for votes, there were more women than men. So I think for me, we have to look at the ecosystem beyond just targeting the women that now present themselves into the office. How do we begin to have meaningful discussion, spaces of dialogue with the women that are already inclined to take part in their democracy? So most of the times we focus on, oh, okay, she's going to stand as a politician, we focus on her. But there's a whole range of women that even when the governments have not performed or they have performed, women will show up. I think we need to be able to look at how best we can come up with programs that begin to bring the narrative around women being part of the structural change to get women into elected positions. And being very clear in terms of what we are asking when the women go into the issue that you raised about what is the end game in terms of the kind of governance and governments. I think we need to have those conversations with the majority of women, that even when they're disappointed with the performance of their governments or their councillors or their parliaments or their president, they'll still show up. So I think we need to make sure that we begin to, have a conversation there. Then for me, we can also disrupt this toxic discourse by just having the presence and the visibility of women in the political offices. And most times you find that programs that are engaged with women and governance, political participation, they start very late, So one of the good examples in the case of Malawi was where the women's political participation program started much, much earlier. By 2022, 2023, there was already money that we knew that was going to be on the table to support. And thanks to the EU, they had brought in this huge program that dealt with a lot of things, and they worked with international organizations, one of which I headed, Oxfam, and then of course the other local organizations. I felt that starting early to actually position that women have arrived. In the 2025 elections that's to come in 3 years, women are ready to participate. I saw that there was quite a lot of positive outcome, because the women then began to feel that apart from just my interest to be a member of parliament or or a ward councillor or a president, there are support systems, because there's going to be delivered through a program and many other things. So I think we've got to make sure that we get the women into the front, and that means being able to do campaigns that begin to speak about women and politics. We are going to alter that narrative. The two things, I think she's already talked about, role modeling and mentorship, very important. This big program that was being implemented had women that have been disruptive in parliament being able to say they're shouting her down, but she'll still make her point consistently, to the point that people begin to see that the women have arrived. So we got those women to come and be able to actually now mentor the other women that have been in parliament in one cohort, or those that were newer, and we really found that this was very impactful. And thanks to the AU, when we had done this program as Oxfam, the AU also came in, I think in July, where they were also able to do a big program that supported all the women across from all the regions to be able to do the mentorship. And I think it is important to know that even when women have made a decision to stand as politicians and they have presented their names as members of parliament, they are still not too sure in terms of how they are going to engage. And I think it's good for them to be able to hear from women that have been there and to be able to share the tips. So I think the issue of PA dialogue, intergenerational dialogue is important. So I think that is one thing that I think is going to also support the narrative. My two last points, Chair, is when women now get elected, what then? What's the end game? Because that's not the end game. And what we did in 2019 with a number of local organizations, with the Ministry of Gender, is to see how women can also position themselves, continuing with this notion of disrupting how parliament is conducted. Previously, you'd have women voted in, or you'd have women come in as, okay, I'm the chairperson of the social committee. That's an extension of my role as a mother, you know? Or, okay, I belong to this program, because people have already feminized the roles that women should take. So in 2019, we had conversations with the women, and to the credit of the women, they put themselves up in front, lobbied, and we had the only second chairperson of the Budget and Finance Committee was a woman. We also had this, the first chairperson of the Public Appointments Committee was a woman. And later on in the course, we had the chair of the media. These are non-traditional committees, but it needed us to have very good conversations to actually say, can you go and shake things so that you're not just going there by the extension? Oh, we love motherhood, of course, but I think we should be there to be able to shape policy, you know, in other dimensions. The last point is to do with building movements. I think for us to really alter the narrative, we really have to make sure that we are building movements at all levels. And again, back to the difficult conversations, it wasn't easy. Because I know most of the women politicians were like, oh, we get abused, oh, we get harassed, people shut us up in parliament, we don't speak, even at council level. You NGOs, you're not doing anything, oh, the Minister of Gender is not doing anything. But we had to have a conversation. We went for a retreat and we said, look, this is something else that all of us have got to own. You are the ones that are belonging to those political parties. You have to be agents of also changes within the political parties. Build your own movements. So we encourage the women to work cross-party, because we said the issues that are affecting you do not wear a color yellow, green, or blue, or pink. There are issues. If a woman is being shut down, or if a woman is being harassed in parliament or council, begin to surround that woman, and that means you have to work, you have to deconstruct the party divide, work as a caucus of women cross-party, and I think that we achieved. There's a very strong cross-party women caucus. Then there are issues to do with the directorates of women from political parties, because we said, look, we know what patriarchy does. It just actually sends the women as agents of oppression. So we could be seeing women fighting each other, but some of those women have actually been sponsored by a man. You know, so we challenge the directorates of women to actually say, do your own discussions, rise above the party politics, and be able to form your own grouping of directorates of women that can go beyond just mobilizing women to dance for a presidential candidate, but you're beginning to shape the spaces and the posturing of women in your political parties. So we brought them together. It wasn't easy, because they also know that when they begin to show up with different strengths, the men will say, oh, is that now what you're doing with the CSOs? But we said, it cannot just be left for the CSOs to engage in these things. So we are happy that we've been able to build. And then, of course, the Women's Manifesto movement, which I am here to also represent, where we're able to work on many other demands and also working with political parties. I think that's a strong aspect. And again, thanks to the formulation of that EU program, it was able to actually say, if most of the women are going to be ushered in by political parties, we have to work towards transforming political parties. It is nothing partisan. You're working with political systems. So we were able to work with political parties, we were able to challenge them, and for the first time they were able to invite us to observe their conventions. They were able to tell us, give us your feedback on what we did right, what we didn't do right. If there was a woman that came to us to actually whistleblow that this is happening, we would go straight to the Secretary Generals. So I think part of deconstructing the narrative is being able to work at the multiple levels that I have been able to speak to, and the solidarity, I think, for me is a key aspect. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Linga. And I'd like your emphasis on the end game. It's one thing to bring women to the fold, but then what do they do when they're there? And in fact, I want to ask an uncomfortable question about the regression. There are women who are already in the positions where they should be advocating for change. Why is the regression happening while you are there? So it's an uncomfortable question, but it's a question that we need to ask ourselves. So when we talk about women's contribution and what they do when they get to those roles, we shouldn't overlook the fact that in business it's called Queen Bee syndrome. There are women who shut the door when they've climbed the ladder. They kick it down so that no one else gets to those spaces. And yet the expectation is that when we put you there as other women, we expect you to elevate us and pull us to a higher ground collectively, but it doesn't happen. And that takes me to you, Noni. What is the likely tangible impact of increasing women's representation in political decision-making on reducing gender-based violence and harmful practices?
Thank you, Chair. I think in responding to this question, I want to speak about my journey of going to Parliament. For quite some time, I was part of the women and civil society that were advocating for the Vote for a Woman campaign. But I never thought of myself as being one of those women, but I was just pushing other women until I went for a leadership program where I learned about the struggle of women in America. And some of the women that were part of the struggle who shared to us about how they were not allowed to vote until 1920. And one of those women said something that really stood with me and would help to respond to this question. She said, no matter how good you may be as a coach, you can never score any goal. You will only be able to score a goal if you are in the field. So when we made resolutions after that leadership program, I told myself I'm going to stand for the next elections. So that is how I went there. And the first motion, and my frustration of actually going into Parliament was because we had, as an organization, been advocating for the Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Bill, which had been in the pipeline for decades. And each time members of Parliament will come in, we will lobby, we will advocate, we will do whatsoever, and then we will be told it's in the pipeline. And I told myself, I think these pipes are blocked. Somebody needs to go in there and clear them. So the first motion that I moved in Parliament was to the Minister of Justice and was requesting him to bring the Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Bill. And for the first time, it actually came into Parliament. And then to respond to your question, the reality is, as women here, we can't just expect somebody to do things for us. We need to do things for ourselves. So if you want to see some changes, you need to go to Parliament. Don't expect somebody else to do that work for you, but rather be the one. In our native language, we say it tumamine, which means you are ready to stand in. So as long as we still expect people to make these changes for us, nobody's going to make those changes. You need to have the passion. I've heard earlier on somebody talk about why do women go in there and then they shut the door. Sometimes the women that are going in there are not the women that are in the struggle, are not the women that have the passion. So they're just going there as a token because they are women. So definitely you can't expect them to speak with the passion that you have, to bring the issues that you have. So if we want to actually see more changes, I would say we as women need to stand up. But then again, it's not easy. That is why then another recommendation that I will make is that these women need to be supported. It's not easy standing for election, and I'm talking from experience. So you need the support. And once you are also in there, like other speaker mentioned, you need to be supported because you're going to parliament for the first time. You are only used to what is happening in civil society. You don't know the procedures in parliament. You stand up, they tell you you're out of order. You're shut down and you're not able to say anything. But you need to be smart again. For me, I was told 2 times that I was out of order, and then I went to one of the members of parliament who had been in parliament for some time and was very confident. I said, but why do you keep telling me that I'm out of order when I'm bringing something? Then she said, you know what, in parliament there are standing orders. That is your Bible. So you need to go and read those standing orders, know and understand them so that you don't do anything outside of the standing orders. And guess what? I was the one telling people they were out of order. And people were like, this newcomer is now telling us we're out of order. And they were really out of order. So, in short, I think as women, we need to take the space, we need to be counted and not expect other people to do things for us, but we need to go there because no matter how good you may be, you will never pass any legislation unless you are in parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the action part of it, what is it that we are supported by other women to do when we get with these roles? What are the expectations of us, and do we actually deliver on them? That's assuming that we get there. And I'm transitioning to you, Hansi. How do we even get there if you look at the systematic barriers such as lack of resources, exclusion from political networks, and biased media coverage, and I work in that space. And so how do these intersect with violence to limit women's political participation, and how can we deal with it?
I think, first of all, when we look at lack of resources, which we all know that politics is extremely expensive, especially even on our continent, because it is extremely expensive, it is weaponized. They use politics to weaponize poverty. And because of that, a lot of our women, as my colleague has said here, especially even though they are the ones that vote the highest, but this weaponizing of poverty is used against even women that are qualified and able to run for politics. So I think the first thing, of course, lack of resources does is just exclusion. It just makes sure from beginning a lot of women are excluded. When it even comes to politics, for example, we are very much aware that you need some security apparatus. The absence of, and security too is very expensive. And so we have seen situations whereby female politicians, in fact, there was a case where a women leader was burnt to death. And of course, she didn't have the security apparatus that which was needed. And up till today, as I'm talking to you, nobody has held anybody accountable for that death. And we have so many other examples on that. So we can see that lack of resources also encourages intimidation. You find out that all these, I don't know what they call them in other countries, in Nigeria we call them area boys and girls, all these people that are paid and they come and cause chaos even when it's time to vote, and even they harass and intimidate most of these women to the extent that after some time people will just say, this thing is not worth it, I just need my peace of mind. And so all these things happen because resources are there to make it happen. So again, how do we address some of these things? We may need to find ways of setting up some level of political funds. I know that we have an example of Emily's List in America, where they don't look at your party as long as you are a woman and you are running, you have access to political funds, and is galvanized from so many stakeholders, especially even female philanthropists. The other thing is we also need to find ways to guide women also. You know, it's very important to teach women to invest and to also be vast in revenue generation, because you also have to find ways to build your own economic power as women. So I think women economic power is very, empowerment is very important, but we need to go into industries that usually women are not there. So for example, procurement, there's a need for affirmative procurement across the continent. Procurement is an industry where we have millions and trillions and billions of dollars that exchange hands. And in Nigeria alone, less than 1% of women-owned businesses benefit from procurement, especially public procurement. But if there's an affirmative procurement policy in place that says at least 30% of public and private sector contracts should go to women-owned businesses, we begin to empower women to have larger volumes of money. Again, my sister also mentioned, even when women go into political spaces and are appointed, especially in the parliament, they are not given some of these lucrative chairmanships of various kinds of committees where, like oil and gas and all the rest, that the rest are able to deal. And so they just find themselves strongly disadvantaged. So these are some of the things we can do to address lack of resources. Then there is also exclusion from the political network. And I think this is in addressing political parties and political party chairmen. You find out that in the political party leadership, apart from women's leaders, in fact, in some cases, men even occupy the space of women leaders in some political parties. And so it is important for us to ensure that within the leadership structure, we begin to not just advocate and push for more positions to be given to women, especially strategic positions. You'll find out that most of the ruling parties don't have any woman as their chairman, or even any of those, the vice or even the secretary general, and those are the most influential positions. So we need to also begin to advocate and drill down into the political party system to get more women in leadership parties so that they are included. And that exclusion also comes when you have low numbers. Of course, once you are the only voice in the room, nobody wants to listen to you, so they sort of cause some sort of isolation for those women. And my sister said it here that the women just resolve to not speaking at all when they should use their voices. And so I think we need to address that institutional disadvantage for women. And then again, biased media coverage, as you have said. We have seen how media has been used to weaponize and embarrass women on global levels. Issues that ordinarily you will not look at when a man is running for politics, you begin to make it a big deal. I recall, is it that she's married, she's not married, she has children, she doesn't have children, the children are biologically her own, they're not biologically her own. How does that affect your ability to run and be able to, show that you have a change, or you have the capacity to bring change within systems and transform your nation? Sometimes they're looking at physical appearance. She's too light, the makeup is too much, it's not much, it just gets so exhausting. So we need to also find ways to educate the media on gender responsive reporting. Try to also have media pallies, bring media along. Most of them don't even understand some of these gender issues, so you don't expect them to be able to know what to do. They just report for the highest bidder. And so we need to just sort of look at all these stereotyping and on-stereotyping alliances and just hold the media accountable and reduce the amplification of violence, because media also amplifies violence, because by the time you are reporting some things, you get a community angry and they're now attacking the woman. And so I'll just say lastly, we also need to look at the online violence in various forms that deter a lot of women from even running. And I think it requires our collective action. One person cannot do it. It is easy to silence an individual. It is very difficult to silence 100 million individuals that are working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hansi. You've actually touched a number of things, and I'm going to just refer to one because it's going to take me to the next question, which is going to go to Maureen. Resources are enablers and affordances that women need to get into the political space. And in the absence of that, it becomes a problem to break into that environment. And in fact, it makes me think of whether there's a need for gender-responsive electoral laws in the first place. Because once you set quotas for political office, you are likely to force the political parties to transform, because they will need women if there is a legal mandate that comes through electoral laws for women's representation in politics. So that's just one area that I'm thinking of. But where media is concerned, I'm not going to defend them. Yes, we do know Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who was here as head of the AU senior structures. But when there was a talk of her contesting elections in South Africa to become a president, all of a sudden, she's the ex-wife of President Zuma. Because there were issues with President Zuma. So it's assumed that it's sexually transmitted, that you are incompetent, you are this because your ex-husband is that. So it becomes a problem, but those are the narratives that media drives, and it's something that we actually need to pay attention to as regulatory bodies in terms of ethics. And I'm getting to Maureen as the last question in terms of community-driven and innovative approaches that can be considered to shift societal mindsets, enabling women to operate effectively and independently as capable leaders in governance, politics, and the economy. Maureen.
Thank you so much, moderator. I think that's a very loaded question and an interesting question. And I think I appreciate it because we know that legal and polity frameworks are essential to gender equality, right? But the actual lasting change happens or starts from communities where we see the social norms being formed or reinforced or being transmitted. So I see that for us to see women truly lead in politics, governance, or the economy, then we have to tackle the mindsets that limit women's leadership, often long before they even enter the public life. I think there was an interesting sentiment to say that, the pipe is blocked and that you can never win. So I think there's all those sentiments that we need to address. But I think in terms of thinking about solutions, I think maybe I can share a few key approaches that I think might be useful in terms of strategies. I'm not sure about innovative, but strategies that can reshape attitudes and create space for women to lead effectively or independently. I think what we've seen in our work is that community-based leadership or supporting a pool of candidate women leaders or aspirants is very, very important, because what we see or what we hear is that where are the women? We can't see, we don't know where the capable women are. But whether it's in Africa, whether it's in Latin America, we see that supporting women at that local level is quite critical. Supporting them in leadership, in public speaking, in campaigning, but most importantly in building confidence. And I think this has been mentioned, and I'm just reinforcing these points around solidarity, around public visibility, because then when communities see women preparing to lead, the idea of women in power becomes normalized, not imported, but actually homegrown. So as young women, we've also been, supporting induction trainings for newly elected women in leadership, supporting violence against women in politics, capacity building efforts, including with women at the local level or local government level. And we think that this is important. But I also see that community dialogue and intergenerational forums are quite key. The AU does this a lot, and I think they are quite critical. The impact that we see through intergenerational conversations is quite key. Together, elders, young women, men, at the community level, very important, because we can then reflect on power, we can reflect on gender, and we can reflect on leadership at that local level to shift some of these negative norms. Because I see that some of these notions of power, gender, etc., they are sometimes rooted in local stories, in values, in traditions, some which are positive. And this can allow gender equality to be framed as something maybe culturally grounded, positive, and maybe not foreign. And then we see the portrayal of women in media. I would just like to agree with the previous speakers on this, on the role of media in the positive portrayal of women in leadership is quite key. A lot of us are now talking about new media, we're talking about AI, but I think when we think about the community level, we should not do away with the tools that communities are still utilizing in terms of local media, including radio, dramas, community, theater, etc. So if those can also consistently portray women as leaders, problem solvers, decision makers, it breaks stereotypes, right? Because we did see, and I think it was probably one of the social norms indexes that actually mentioned that more than 50% of populations, or if not even 80%, did not think that women were capable leaders. So we need then to break these stereotypes, build aspiration, right? And I think that this is quite important. And then when we turn to male allyship or champions, and I know this can become thorny of late, but we have seen, I think, from a UNMEN perspective, the he for she campaigns that have been quite useful and progressive. Other community engagements where we see them as champions, I think, have been transformative. So the male allyship has helped to shift, and I mean positive. Male allyship helps to shift this resistance, right, by engaging the religious and community leaders. And I think these are things that we already know, that I'm just emphasizing. And when we turn to the money, I think even at the community level, women are doing a lot of things. They are mobilizing resources for the day-to-day, but I think we are seeing a real mindset change when women are included in decision-making processes that affect their daily lives. So not just gender responsive budgeting at the parliamentary level, but how then do we engage the women at the community level around participatory budgeting and local planning councils where the women are resident and where they are and where we need to hear them on issues such as health, education, infrastructure, so that we don't see them as outsiders to governance, but start seeing them as essential leaders and key voices that we need to include and to engage. So I think what is key is not a top-down, but that we really start to critically think about what community-owned, culturally responsive, intergenerational terms and all of these concepts mean. And I think maybe I'll just end by just sharing something, a social norms framework that UN Women has that I find very interesting in terms of how we can shift social norms change. And there are three pathways that we have recognized. One is transforming narratives, and we've been discussing that, and how we transform these narratives is to seek a shift not only in institutional narratives, but also building consensus, what we call a whole of society consensus building, but also mobilizing solidarity, right, as part of collective efforts. The second thing we highlight as a pathway for social norms change is what we call material changes, making tangible changes in lived reality. What are we talking about? This is providing access to good quality or gender transformative services, but also advocating for legal reforms. These are so important, especially as well at the community level, ensuring that they're accessible. And the last one, as I conclude, is strengthening what we call strengthening countervailing powers. And here I want to emphasize the importance of feminist movements in building coalitions. And sometimes they are embedded in communities, sometimes they rise from the communities. And here we want to empower and build solidarity among women and girls and those that are marginalized on account of gender inequality. So building coalitions, right, with a range of social movements, not just those in urban areas, not just those that we constantly engage with, but also those that are at the community level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen. We are wrapping now, and I would like maximum 4 people who can reflect on just one thing. If you had the power to change one thing tomorrow to make politics safer for women, what would it be? Okay. There's 1, 2, and there's 3 and 4, or 5 king here. I can't not. Okay. So we have 5 people, just one thing that you would change if you had power.
Thank you very much. I think training of the women who are currently in governance, they are thoroughly traumatized by the things that they find, and us looking from outside, the younger people, look at it and we say we don't want to be there. Because it's like after election, we have led them to the election, they have won the election, and then what? Women who are already in governance need us to hold their hands. They need us to continuously train them on the politics and on the policies that they need to apply for them to apply governance successfully, and that will encourage some of us to pursue some of these paths that seem so traumatic and difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. And second?
I'm Melissa from GMAC Young Women's Network. What I would do is I would also promote the development of more networks like the AULIN, where women can actually get solidarity whenever they are facing any type of political violence, and where there will be intergenerational mentorship for young women who are also upcoming, so that they or we don't tire quickly as we start the journey of joining the political space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. The third hand, here.
Okay, thank you. I'm Bibiana Joseph. I work with SIHA Network, South Sudan. So one thing to change when in power is the accountability, because most of the perpetrators are not accountable. That's why they continue to do the crimes, especially in political spaces, the harassment, the intimidation of women. And based on my experience with SIHA Network in South Sudan, we are managing one-stop center, and the cases that we receive concerning the GBV, most of the perpetrators are not accountable. Those survivors just come to access legal, medical and psychosocial support. So when coming to legal access to justice, then they drop because maybe they fear retaliation from the survivors, and even because of the poverty. So there is still need to improve legal for the perpetrators to access justice. And like, for example, most of the cases we receive are young girls below the age of 18, and even those above the 18. And like what you have said during the discussion, even men are also suffering silently, they don't report. So one thing to do is to do the accountability for the perpetrators. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Brother, there.
Yeah, so thank you very much. In answering your question, I will say that I will intensify more effort on education and awareness. And also, I would like to speak to what the madam from Nigeria spoke about. And fortunately, I'm from Nigeria as well. I believe women are not doing enough for themselves. Power is not served a la carte. And yeah, yeah, hold on, yeah. It's so mind-boggling for me that women have the numbers, but they are not putting it into productive use for themselves. It will surprise you. We can put it to test in this room. Let's get some elective positions. possibly the leader of this house. It might surprise you that even a man can become the president. And you know, also in Nigeria, there was a case recently of a senator, female senator, that alleged the president, the Senate president of victimization, sexual harassment. We only have 4 female senators in the House. All the other 3 female senators turned their back against this woman. And you are preaching women's female legislation or whatever. You are not supporting your own. How do you expect others to support you? And also, when she got to the court, fortunately or unfortunately for her anyway, she had a female judge who also turned against her. So it was more or less like, okay, now it is male folks that are supporting her. So I feel, as a take-home for all of us now, apart from we advocating that women should be involved, 50-50 thing and all that, we should really put our numbers into use. Going to an elective positions, we have the numbers. Women have the numbers. Put it into use and you will get results, even beyond allocation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Your Majesty.
Merci, madame. D'abord, je commence par épouser l'idée de ce que mon frère du Nigeria a dit. Tout d'abord, parce que quelque part, ça répond à la question que vous avez posée. Pourquoi est-ce que, malgré le nombre de femmes qui sont à des postes importants, les choses ne changent pas? Et vous, pourtant, la dernière question, vous cherchez à savoir comment améliorer les conditions des femmes, même sur le plan politique, même ceci, même cela. Je trouve qu'il y a beaucoup de discours et peu d'actions. Il faut forcément améliorer les conditions économiques de la femme. Il n'y a pas 10 000 solutions. Je n'ai pas vu un environnement au sein duquel la voix du pauvre, la voix du dépendant, la voix du faible porte. Il n'y a pas. Nos pays partent aux Nations Unies, font des grands discours, ils reviennent, les choses, rien ne change. Ce n'est pas pour rien qu'hier je vous disais que pour préparer la femme de demain, j'investis dans la fille d'aujourd'hui. Que ce soit pour l'éducation, que ce soit sur le plan économique, c'est pour qu'elle fasse ce que sa maman d'aujourd'hui ne peut pas faire. La femme qui a les moyens, je l'ai dit hier, dans nos communautés, la femme qui a les moyens est celle dont la voix porte, c'est celle qu'on écoute, c'est celle qu'on ne divorce pas, c'est celle qu'on ne frappe pas, c'est celle dont les enfants sont les plus respectés, c'est celle dont tout le monde veut épouser les enfants au sein de cette communauté-là. Il faut investir, il faut donner à la femme les moyens. Et les moyens là, je vous entends beaucoup, redevabilité, bon, là, il faut que la femme se fasse entendre. Elle va se faire entendre comment? La femme doit avoir les moyens, lorsqu'elle tape sur la table, que tout le monde se taise. Et pour ça, il faudra d'abord faire un travail en amont. Ce travail-là, c'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire sans faire beaucoup de bruit. Et, Inch'Allah, je suis sûr que dans les années à venir, le résultat va sortir. Entre-temps, essayez chacune chez vous d'investir dans la fille et dans la femme. Puisque la minorité est celle qui est ici. La majorité est celle dont la voix ne porte pas et qui est là-bas à la maison. Et c'est pour celle-là que nous sommes ici. Et c'est de celle-là que nous sommes en train de parler. Et c'est pour celle-là que nous sommes en train de nous battre. Vous êtes les ambassadrices de ces femmes-là. Nous, on vous accompagne. Merci beaucoup, madame.
Oh, thank you very much for that. You are the ambassadors of the people who are not in this room. The women who are not here, whose voices can't be heard. Yeah, it's a burning issue. Okay. Okay, I'm going to come to you. 2, 3, there's another hand, 4, and 5 at the top. And we're going to close it from now. Okay. Yeah. All right, yeah. Yeah, and try and be direct with your inputs.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. I ran an international election when I was about 35. And if I had known what involved, I would not have run. And many of my colleagues on the CEDAW committee share the same sentiments. So I do understand what my brother from Nigeria has said, and also what, first of all, you have, for me to get to the CEDAW committee, it takes a whole 2.5 year process of nomination, traveling, expenses, bilateral meetings with governments, travel. You have children, your children are sick, you cannot even afford to be present for your children because, I mean, does Africa fall sick? It does not, so we don't care. Actually, that is the issue. They don't care. I mean, your kids, it's interesting that kids should take priority, but during elections, kids take third priority. It's not about them. Africa has, anyway, so to answer my brother, yes, we may have the numbers, but there are practical and structural barriers that really make it challenging for women to be part of decision-making or to politically participate. So financially, the expenses it takes to be, I wish I could share my experience, but there's no time, to run a campaign constantly for 2 years at the national, regional, because you also have to come to Africa Union for endorsement before you go to New York to meet with 189 member states, to campaign with each one of them. I met 189 out of 188 member states. You imagine what that means with time, with your job that you have to do, with your children at home, and as doing my PhD at the same time. So just to say, there are practical barriers that we can't finish here to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Intellectual infrastructure and material infrastructure.
Thank you. So I'm not responding to anyone because I had planned to say this when you were noting the 5. So I'm happy that we are back. Firstly, what I want to really emphasize is the framing and the language that we use for it to be more sensitive. When we speak about women who are not capable, the blurry line between women of capacity and tokenism is that with men, such does not exist. Men just enter. But then we come back as, actually it's a machination of patriarchy that we begin now to characterize women there. So we need to be very sensitive that the lenses in which and the optics that we use to hold women accountable, are they the same with men now? We need to look at that. But also, the double burden that is placed on women is very unfair, and it actually is defined by what the brother from Nigeria said about our numbers and our support for each other. That's a double burden placed on women. Because firstly, as women, and I speak as someone from a political space myself, that every day you have to fight to survive. But secondly, you get to be blamed by things that are not of your creation, systematically and structural things that were not created by you, that actually are meant to limit your full expression in the space. You get blamed for them. So we need to really watch out. The other thing, just to close, what I'm saying is that when men, especially men who want to exist in the gender spaces are speaking, or in the empowerment space, they also need to be sensitive. You're not doing us a favor. You don't do us a favor. So you can't, like, as if you're doing it for us. Women must not live at your mercy. Don't speak like, don't patronize us when you are speaking, and if you want to work in the space. So let's just work, because you understand what equality means and how society, including you as men, can benefit out of a space that has empowered women that are treated equally with men and are not judged on the basis of their gender. So if we look at that and we move from that premise, we are going to have progress. And that's what I would do, the one thing that I would do, that I would campaign viciously against that. Thank you.
Oh. Some fiery stuff here. We don't need to be licensed by men to be women in politics. But the point you're making, that boundaries of acceptance for women are elastic. Just when you think that you've found the answer, the question changes for women. That's how it works for women. There was a question up there.
It's me.
Yeah.
My turn.
Oh, yes.
Yes, so I'm just making a contribution. I don't know if everyone agrees with me here, but I think we know what the problems are, and we've been speaking about the problems for a long time. So I'm hoping that the next time we're sitting, we're actually coming back with data to say, this is what I've done in my country, it's working, this is the progress report, and you're sharing it with, you know, other neighbors to say, can you try this in your country? So I think we're over debating the problems because we know it. And there's no time, because as time progresses, terms are changing. You know, the needs, societal needs, economical needs, things are, you know, moving, they're changing very fast, and we need to adapt to that. Now, also in our solutions, I'm just bothered that we're not really categorizing and saying, these are national solutions which must be implemented on a national level, and these are regional solutions. For instance, in terms of empowerment, what do we term empowerment? In 2025, we can't be empowering women through gardening, you know. We should be aiming for, you know, the bigger, you know, roles. So that was my contribution, and I'm hoping that the next time we're sitting here, we're really coming back with real solutions and progress reports to share with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to move. We must move and not just talk. There was a question up there.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe just to pick on from what the previous speaker highlighted, I think evidence-based, I think policy making becomes very central. And for us to really unpack, you know, the political landscape, which is changing, and how do we locate the gender narrative within the political landscape in Africa that is changing? That's one of the things that I also wanted to highlight. But thank you very much to my brother from Nigeria. Often at times, I know in these spaces, when we hear someone that says something that is not aligned to our thinking, we become very averse and we attack. But it's important because I think picking from what Maureen also highlighted, we have almost 49% of the world's population that think women are not capable leaders. So already these are the reflections that we need to really take on and say, what strategies can we then take up for us to address such? Because he's not the only one. This is almost half of the population who are also thinking like that. So I totally agree. I think we also need to be very proactive in terms of what are some of those strategies at the regional, at the national, at the community level that we need to really take up. And lastly, I think what the chief highlighted in terms of the financial barriers, because when we look at our political landscape in Africa, the rise of the political elitist and how we locate our narrative as women in that, it is very much linked to political power, to economic power. So we need also to do a bit of research, analysis, and we are then able to engage with policymakers and clearly articulate what are some of those shifts that we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're taking the last that was here. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Merci beaucoup pour la parole donnée. Nous avons suivi avec beaucoup d'intérêt toutes les intervenantes. Ici, moi, je voudrais apporter un exemple parce que beaucoup de choses se font sur le terrain. Les femmes et les hommes travaillent pour que la condition des femmes change. Ce qu'on doit comprendre ici, nous sommes dans un système patriarcal où la façon de penser des femmes et des hommes intègre le fait que c'est les hommes. Même les femmes ont intégré ça dans leur esprit, que ce sont les hommes qui peuvent mieux faire. Et ça, au niveau de notre organisation, au niveau du terrain, nous avions fait une étude en 2006 et l'étude est d'actualité à l'heure actuelle également. Parce que ce que nous avons observé, les femmes en politique transportent leurs comportements sociaux au sein des formations politiques. Et lorsqu'elles s'y retrouvent, elles veulent occuper exactement les rôles qu'elles avaient en famille. c'est-à-dire qu'elles deviennent les animatrices, elles deviennent celles qui doivent faire la cuisine. Elles ne s'intéressent pas beaucoup à d'autres rôles parce qu'elles ont cette façon de penser. Donc, ce que nous devrions faire, il y a beaucoup d'exemples sur le terrain, il faudrait cette multiplication de conscientisation et de travail à partir des petites filles, à partir de l'éducation des filles et des garçons. On devrait le faire partout, pas de manière isolée. Ce que Sa Majesté fait au Niger doit être répliqué partout. Et ça se fait déjà et on peut puiser dans des zones où ça a réussi pour les dupliquer ailleurs. Donc je pense qu'en faisant ainsi, on pourra changer la donne où les femmes ne se cantonnent pas seulement pour être des obstacles pour les autres, mais cette éducation-là, on doit la commencer dès l'enfance pour ne pas avoir une éducation à double standard et créer des problèmes de genre qui vont nous suivre tout au long de notre vie. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for all your contributions, quite enlightening inputs. And we are going to have to give the panelists to have the final word in terms of what has been raised here. And we are going to restrict you to about 30 seconds as in Greenwich Meridian time, not African time. Just reflecting on what has come from the floor. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you can
All right. Thanks so much, Chair, and thanks for the interventions that have come in. I do agree with the issues that have been indicated. Training, networks, the accompaniment is important. The accountability, the economic aspect is important. But I think one thing that really makes me tired is where when women issues or gender issues are brought on board, then we seek to be asking for more evidence and more evidence. Let's face it, we've come from far. It's Beijing plus 30, and before Beijing, we knew what were the issues were. Beijing was just one spike of what we demanded. So I'm just putting a caution here because, you know, the whole issue of asking women to be able to say what's working, what's not working, what are the problems, where do we recommend, I think we know that. We need to move towards a lot of action. And I think the dialogue from yesterday and today has been able to show us what are the things that are working, what are the things that are not working. I think we are living with women. We are women that can tell our stories and we own those stories. So I think for me, a little bit of caution. Because when it comes to women and politics, we've come this far by faith. We cannot afford to pretend that we don't know what's not working and what's working. So I think for me, it's just urging all of us to really put our commitment and effort and our emotions towards action. Otherwise, we'll be stuck with proving ourselves. Malawi has just had an election. There's an election in Tanzania. There'll be elections elsewhere. We don't have much time for these research studies. And I'm so sure if we go back into all the other places, it's going to be researches that have been done on proving what our bottlenecks and where we want to go and how we should go. We have women practitioners that have been politics and out, some are still there. The stories are clear, yeah? So let's avoid the trap because we could be adding patriarchy here. We won't act until you bring the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linga. Hansi?
Okay, I think it's very important for me to mention that sometimes when we don't know the facts, it's easy to make a generalization. I know that for over 20 years in Nigeria, women groups, a lot of women have worked together to address the gender bills in Nigeria, just to be able to even pass some affirmative action laws. And for over 20 years, it has been thrown out each time. In fact, women went to the National Assembly after the last one and protested in the National Assembly for over a week, you know, just to pass the gender bills. Apart from that, I am very much aware that a lot of women are now pushing for what we call the reserved seats bill, which has been sponsored by the deputy the deputy chairman of the representatives, right? In the last parliament, he was amongst those that passed out the gender bills. In this parliament, he's now fighting for that, but then we have tweaked it from the lessons that we have learned each time. Even constitutional reviews, The things that were pertinent to women were not passed. But now we have done constitutional review over and over and over again. And I must mention that the president, a past president, President Olusegun Obasanjo, admitted that from inception, they made a crucial mistake, that when the Constitution of Nigeria was being developed, there was no woman in the room. And so that Constitution did not have a gender lens. And we have seen how much time it has taken till today to review that Constitution. So I want to say to my brother from Nigeria, women have been working much more than you know. They've been lobbying. They've had meetings with all political party chairmen, supported by the UN, the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and so on and so forth. They've trained female politicians, both aspiring young politicians and so on and so forth. They have also gone as far as training media on gender responsive reporting. I'm aware that Women's Radio has done that. Women's Radio has even given platform for women in politics to come and have free publicity. So a lot of work has been done, but you and I know that numbers is not what makes the needle shift in Nigeria. If not, Peter Obi and Atiku will not be suffering what they're suffering, and they are men.
Thank you, Hansi. I'm going to go to Maureen before I come back to you, Noni. Maureen, your final word.
Thank you so much. Where to start? I think for me, really, it's just to really appreciate all the perspectives from the room, and just to highlight that we've come from far, and I think the discussions that we've been having are quite pertinent. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of 1325, the 80th anniversary of the UN. Beijing plus 30, and coming from Beijing plus 30 are very good examples of how we have progressed, how women have been making a difference. And just recently, in this month, there was the launch of the Progress on the Sustainable Development of Goals, the gender snapshot of 2025. So I think as we also think about some of the policy issues that were being highlighted, I think we have seen progress in decision making, so we can celebrate that. The progress is slow, but it is there. There are critical examples that we saw from the country reports on the Beijing plus 30 process that are encouraging, that we can learn from, that we can upscale. And I think that is key. We have seen, good progress on indicators on education, maternal mortality, legal reform, etc. And I think that is key. So in terms of research and our work, we now know what works, I think, in terms of promoting women's leadership and decision making. We need to change the narrative. And I think the discussion that we just had critically highlighted that we need to change narratives, and we need to change it strategically, with some of these issues. And I know that, who work in the space, we are tired of defending or maybe of highlighting and of constantly reiterating this issue. I think it's important when we counter narratives that women in politics don't support each other. I think we have good evidence that women aren't just supporting each other, but they're transforming political systems together. Whether you look at cross-party caucuses in Rwanda, in Tunisia, you can see that there are joint campaigns for gender quotas in Africa in different countries. You can see that some of these politics, I think, when we engage with them, that it reveals more about gender bias than on women's behavior. But I think that we are really seeing that it's a challenging space, as all of you have said. So instead of asking why women don't support each other, we should ask why the system is women against each other. So I think we have the strategies, we have the research, we can continue to learn from each other, we can continue to pass the key message that visibility matters, and we need to see women in these spaces. We continue to address the structural issues that we've all discussed with political parties, not just having quotas, but well-formulated quotas that can be implemented, because that is where the crux of the matter is. And of course, as I conclude, political will is key. We need to see the political will for all of these things that we're talking about, whether it's implementation of laws, it's supporting survivors, it's addressing violence against women in politics. All of this is quite key. But thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Noni. I'm sorry, I'm Maureen and Noni. Your closing remarks?
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much for the contributions. I could actually see Liguma working in the true sense from the submissions that we're actually getting. But as a reflection to what has been contributed, I think to start with, I also want to mention that earlier on I did talk about the issue of patriarchy. So while we can blame women for not voting for other women, but I think the reality is also in the upbringing that women have been told that, you know, these leadership roles are not for women, they are for men. So they would actually do that. And then also the issue of bribes. You can think you are actually going with these women, and then suddenly somebody on the last minute comes in, flashing in whatever, and you've lost those votes. So I think what is important is to actually do a lot of education, and not around the time of elections, but we start early, because with most men, if a man loses an election today, he will start preparing for the next elections in the next 5 years. And I think that is exactly what we also need to do. And I think what is important is what was shared by Her Excellency, the issue of economic empowerment. We need to empower women economically, because no matter what you can do, elections are expensive. You need to have agents, you need to have transport. Some of these women don't even have transport. Some of them don't even have resources. A man would actually sell a car or cows to actually run for elections, but women don't have that kind of support financially. And lastly, I think there's so much that has actually been achieved. If you look back at what was like 20 years back and what it's like now, I would talk for Eswatini. There was a time when we were an embarrassment in the SADC region, because each time we will report about our elections, we'll be lucky if we're having 3%. But now we've actually gone above 30%, and we've also been able to put it in the constitution that in the event women don't make 30%, Parliament has to form an electoral college where they would elect other women to make sure that at least they reach the 30%. So I think somebody said we need to document. There's so much that has been achieved, so let's document these things in the region and maybe compile a booklet or whatsoever that will talk about all the achievements in the different countries, so that we could also learn from one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to our esteemed panel? Okay. Clearly, what has emerged from this discussion is that violence against women, whether in homes, communities, or political arenas, is not just about individual acts. It is rooted deeply in norms that normalize inequality and seek to police women's power. Women in politics face an even sharper edge of this violence, as attacks on them are designed to silence voices, weaken representation, and erode democracy itself. But we also have heard that change is possible. Increasing women's meaningful representation in decision-making is not only a matter of justice, it is a strategy for reducing violence, advancing equality, and strengthening democracies. As we conclude this session, let us commit to transitioning from analysis, it did come up there, to action, to dismantle harmful norms, hold perpetrators accountable, and create political and public spheres where women can lead with courage, not fear. Because the safety, dignity, and leadership of women are not women's issue alone, they are a test of our collective humanity and the future of our society, so they are a matter of moral obligation. And a round of applause again to our esteemed panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was one of my hardest panels. Because I was also quite entertained by the panel. Thank you very much. Can I invite you for lunch? Maybe we're going to eat like soldiers and try and do it in 30 to 45 minutes. So please just grab yourself a snack, not real lunch, because we really want to finish early. And then for those with receipts, those who are sponsored by the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, please make sure all your documentation is with Lydia. Is Lydia in the room? Okay, so please make sure Lydia has everything before you go for lunch. Any other announcements? Yes, we are back here, please, 14:45. without me having to bang the glass. 14:45. Tech team, the music has refused today, unfortunately. Tech team, can we try again so that we are ushered to lunch? Thank you very much.
certainly have been a pace setter in shaping women's rights, policies, and instruments. I mean, we developed the most comprehensive women's rights instrument. Applause for ourselves. And from Matilda's presentation yesterday, we know that within our respective regional blocks, we are taking a step further by making strong efforts to put in place gender equality norms and frameworks that are responsive to our respective context. The existence of these policies and legal frameworks are very instrumental in enabling women and girls to self-determine, to articulate their aspirations, and have the right and language to challenge the inequalities that persist in our homes, in our societies, in our communities, in our countries, and in our continent. However, these laws and policies are only as good as their implementation and their ability to impact and transform the lived realities of the most vulnerable woman or girl on our continent. And so the delay or lack of implementation of our existing gender equality and women empowerment laws and policies and instruments create a breeding and ripe ground for regression by anti-rights and anti-gender actors. So without implementation, there's a lack of awareness, leaving room for misinformation and disinformation to thrive. Without implementation, there's a maintenance of patriarchal status quo because there are no consequences to it. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, without implementation, there's a lack of evidence on the benefits of these very laws and policies. And so, as I welcome our able panel, I want to invite all of us to reflect on our own local context. What commitments are our countries making or have made? Are they implementing and making good these commitments that they have made? Are the commitments we are making translating into the lived realities of the most vulnerable women and girls in our societies? And if the answer to any of those questions is no, then we must then reflect on what can we, what are we, and what should we do or be doing to ensure that our policy commitments become practical actions. And so therefore, I'll invite our able panelists, starting with Madam Betty Achana, who is the Executive Director, Women Learning and Development Initiatives based in Uganda. Let's appreciate her until she gets to the floor. We have, and my French will really butcher your name, ma'am, and I'm so sorry, Aisa Duomara Ngatansu. But I'll allow her to introduce herself so she can pronounce it well for us, who is the president of ALVF based in Cameroon. And we'll also be joined by Emily Drijaru, who's the executive director, Integrated Child Service Consult, Uganda. She's also the board chairperson of the West Nile Regional Civil Society Network and the regional coordinator of the Charter of Change Working Group in Uganda. And so because this is a dialogue, we will hear from the grassroots organization represented by these lovely ladies, but we'll also be joined by policymakers because the purpose of this conversation is how do we transform policy into practical action. And so with that, I'll be joined by Mr. Fred Simwaka, who's the Deputy Director for Gender in the Ministry of Gender based in Malawi, from Malawi. We also have Hatungimana Pontaine, who's the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender and Human Rights, Burundi. And lastly, but definitely not least, Madam Angela Nakafero, who's the Commissioner for Gender and Women's Affairs, Uganda, in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and also serves in the STC on Gender Equality and Women Empowerment as the Bureau Rapporteur. Is she in the room?
back. All right, so she will join us a little later. So let me come down to where my panelists are so we can have the dialogue. So, my ladies and gentlemen on the panel, you will be leading us in discussing how do we bridge the gap between grassroots realities and policy making, and how do we move from policy commitments to practical actions based on your experiences. And from this, we shall then have a dialogue and co-create solutions from this. So I will start on my right. With Madam Emily. Sorry to put you on the spot. But I want you to just paint a picture for us on what are some of the most pressing challenges that grassroots women are facing in your community or in the society that you work within that require the most urgent policy attention.
Thank you very much, Mary. Once again, my name is Emily Dujaru. I work for Integrated Child Service Consult as the Executive Director. I am privileged and honored to be in this panel. I want to appreciate African Union for this opportunity and also appreciate a strategic initiative for women in the Horn of Africa for nominating me to be part of this important engagement. It's a perspective from the grassroots as women rights organizations. Well, looking at the context in which we operate, especially in West Nile sub-region, in the northern part of Uganda, women rights organizations are playing a very tremendous role in providing leadership in undertaking different forms of responses in their communities. I want to give a context in which we work as women rights organization. We are working in an environment where we are hosting internally, we are hosting conflict-affected populations. We host refugees and from South Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Well, in this response, women have played a very critical role. As we speak right now, there has been an increase and there's been a steady increase in the number of refugees that are coming to Uganda. To date, we have received new arrivals of over 88,127 refugees that have been registered. These form the 1.92 million refugees who call Uganda home. And you can imagine how women rights organizations navigate challenges in trying to respond to the needs of these people who are affected by conflict, not forgetting the host communities who have generously offered their land, their resources, their facilities, and whatever it takes to host a refugee to ensure that they are living sustainable lives. And so the refugees and the host communities inherently are very vulnerable, facing challenges such as unemployment, limited access to land. There are also lack of entrepreneurial opportunities for their livelihoods. However, women and girls are traditionally associated with SGBV, hindering both their social and economic endeavors due to a number of challenges like food categorization. And so addressing these multifaceted challenges is very crucial to fostering a sustainable growth and stability within the refugees and our host community. And I could say that the pressing need now here are the declining or dwindling resources to finance response to the refugees and the host communities. And also we have issues of leadership and governance that affect service delivery to the affected population. We still have discriminatory laws. The patriarchal structures also affect women's endeavors to respond to the needs of the affected population. And we have limited access to capacity building, like education and training for women leaders. And the aspects of mentorship and networking. In our region, yes, we have available networks, but accessing them is a huge challenge because there is lack of access to information. I am grateful that we have networks like Strategic Initiative for Women in the Horn of Africa that are building a cohesive women's movement in our region, and I am proud to be a member of that network, and we are doing tremendous work in our region. We, at that level, have participated in development of our local action plan. This local action plan is translating from the commitment of our Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development in implementing the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. And so this commitment was started in 2008 by the ministry, but at our local level as grassroots women or at the local district government, we also have developed our local action plan that is committed to implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda. So this local action plan examines the conflict, and also why violence against women and girls is the most pervasive yet least recognized human rights violation in the region. So we had a very huge budget to implement this local action plan as a local government. This budget, if you translate it into USD, it's about 1,310,304. And this budget has not effectively been funded. We have it there, but it has never received financing to ensure that our local action plan is implemented. And our local action plan runs from 2021 to 2025. So we are now in the last year of implementing our local action plan, which is very multi-sectoral, focusing on areas of women leadership, women participating in meaningful leadership and decision-making spaces. It has aspects of health, economic empowerment, and also the aspects of social service delivery. However, to date, we have not fully implemented some of our local action plan. And as women rights organization at grassroots level, we have incredibly participated also in developing our gender-based violence ordinance in our city, which is very critical in measuring the achievements of the commitments made by our government. And so some of these challenges relate to resourcing of our action plans, and some will come later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily, for that. And there are a few things that we'll definitely come back to, but the thing that stands out from what you've shared is that there are intentions to realize some of the commitments and some of the needs coming out of the community that you serve in. And I'll just come to you, Betty, keeping to Uganda. Is there anything else that you'd want to add to what has been shared by Emily?
Thank you very much, Mary. A good afternoon to the House, observing all protocols. My name is Betty Achana, and I'm the founding director for the Women Learning and Development Initiatives, commonly known as the Women Initiatives. Previously, I led an organization for women and girls with disabilities, not only in Uganda, but in East Africa. And I also had an opportunity to work within the settlement, humanitarian response, and so my perspective is really coming from the real grassroots, where our work comes face to face with realities, with the rural communities, and I'm therefore speaking as their voices at this moment. So I thank you so much for the opportunity. Given the previous discussions that we have had, a lot of challenges have been mentioned, and these challenges have never changed in character, in manifestation, in presentation, but also in impact. I want to divert a little from those chronological challenges that the grassroots women and girls in general face. I'm going to look at the emerging challenges that is currently affecting the rural woman. Challenges related to technology. The women in this house are all empowered. We can operate our equipments, be it a phone, be it a laptop, be it a photocopying machine. And these equipments facilitate our work. We can also access these equipments at any time that we need to access them. Above all of this, we can afford to operate and make this equipment functional to our tastes and make it facilitate our work and better our lives. But have we asked ourselves how the rural women perceive this? Are they able to access, to afford? Do they have the competencies? Do they have the skills to utilize this technology? We've all appreciated globally that technology is a driver of development. And we are looking in a world where all women and girls are supposed to be empowered technologically, economically, financially, and technology is behind all of this. But how about the rural woman? Technology has become a big challenge for the rural woman. A peasant woman would wish, like an urban woman, to market their produce, to market their goods, to sell whatever it is that they have to do, but they are not able to. An urban woman is able to create employment for themselves using technology. I've seen a lot of people posting content on TikTok and they're getting paid. But a rural woman does not know what a TikTok is. Affordability, exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, access to technology, access to functionality of, when you come to data, internet connectivity, I'm sure there are so many other empowered women watching me right now, or later they are able to get onto YouTube and listen to this. But a rural woman has no clue. In addition to that, even the technology comes with sophisticated language. Yesterday, His Majesty discussed comprehensively the divide between an empowered woman and a rural woman, education. We are able to speak, we are able to communicate now. Technology comes with one single language. And being deeply rooted where we are, maybe we are not even able to access electricity or even solar power to charge the analog telephones that we could have for communication. So technology has paused, and it has, much as it is really a driver to development, to empowerment, that facilitates our work and makes our lives easier. Technology has become very disadvantageous to a rural woman, a grassroots woman, unless a policy is put in place to probably localize it to our different rural contexts. Number two, as an urgent and emerging big challenge that I face while working at the rural community is the issue of climate, going hand in hand with its justice, climatic justice. The entire burden of climatic change is offloaded on the chest of a rural woman who has her livelihood, her dependence on climate. Because she's a peasant, she's not gone to school. Her livelihood is dependent on the situation, day-to-day situation. Coming to Addis Ababa, I came straight from a rural area called Amolatar, where the head office of the Women Learning and Development Initiative is. Now, Amolatar is considered the mid-central point of Uganda, but apparently it's also the mid-central point of the globe. So it is an area, it's a peninsula surrounded by Lake Kyoga. Now, getting to that place, you've got to board a ferry, maybe 2 ferries, before you can dock to Amolatar. The lake provides a very lucrative business in terms of fishing, in terms of, you know, vegetables. The women are always farming by the lakeside. But it is also very disadvantageous. The lake is an opportunity for school dropouts. And if we look at the statistics of Ugandan population, you'll find that the highest teenage pregnancy is coming from that district, unfortunately, but very sadly. It is very hard for any organization, and as I speak, the Women Learning and Development Initiative is groundbreaking. There is no known organization working in that area. It's absolutely and so isolated. What picture do we paint of a woman or a girl living in Amolatar and the surrounding districts? Fortunately, with intense and huge advocacy initiatives from the Women Learning and Development Initiative, a lot of voices, a lot of cries have gone out, and I am made to understand tomorrow, Wednesday, the president of Uganda is going to that very district to launch his campaign programs in the district. We do believe that his going there will improve the road network, the health services, communication, and all these challenges. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Betty. A round of applause for Betty. Because I think, Betty, the issues or the challenges you've raised are so critical to the conversation we're having, because even as we discuss emerging issues, oftentimes we forget the rural women. And just as we were introducing the session, we were saying our laws and policies are only as good as when they respond to the most vulnerable women and girls in our society. And I like that you also highlighted the challenge that is facing women as a result of climate change. And even as we gear up to open up to plenary, we just concluded the climate summit. All our presidents were here and they made very strong commitments, but we hear about the women in Molata. Do those commitments reflect the lived realities of the women in Molata and all the women in our rural areas in our respective countries? And so just to wrap up on the highlighting some of our pressing challenges, I want to welcome Madam Aisa to just add on to anything that maybe our two ladies may not have highlighted that may be very particular to the grassroots women in Cameroon that is a very pressing need that requires urgent policy attention. And kindly tell us your name so we can pronounce it well the next time. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole donnée. Bonsoir à tous et à toutes, tout protocole observé. Je me nomme Aïssa Doumara Ngatansou. Je suis de FemNet et je suis également présidente de l'association de lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes et aux filles. Je viens de la région de l'extrême nord du Cameroun, de Maroua. À la suite de ce que viennent de dire mes deux sœurs, je pense que sur le terrain, je pourrais peut-être d'abord faire un petit cliché du contexte dans lequel nous travaillons. Notre pays, comme vous le savez, est affecté par des multiples crises. Au nord d'où je viens, nous avons la crise Boko Haram qui date depuis 2014. Dans la partie nord-ouest et sud-ouest, nous avons une crise sociopolitique qui sévit depuis 2016. Et puis à l'est du pays, nous avons également une crise qui nous est tombée sur la tête avec les problèmes politiques en Centrafrique. Donc nous sommes encerclés, c'est dans ce contexte-là que nous travaillons et que les femmes apportent leur contribution malgré les nombreux défis auxquels elles sont affectées. À la suite de ce que viennent de dire mes sœurs, nous avons la question du changement climatique sur laquelle je voudrais insister parce qu'elle touche les femmes de manière très très exacerbée. À titre d'exemple, l'année dernière, nous avons connu des inondations inédites où plus de 450 000 personnes ont été affectées et parmi elles, les femmes, surtout celles qui se trouvaient en situation de grossesse, avaient des difficultés pour se rendre dans les formations sanitaires qui eux-mêmes étaient complètement inondées. Ces inondations avaient complètement détruit les infrastructures, les champs et puis tous les biens que la communauté avait. Et là, nous avons été face à des situations où des femmes, pour se rendre dans les formations sanitaires, devraient soit emprunter des pirogues, parce qu'il n'y en avait même pas parfois, ou elles devraient être portées par des motos ou marcher carrément dans l'eau. Il faut essayer d'imaginer ce que c'est. Nous avons également la question des enfants qui ont été engagés, des personnes qui ont été engagées dans les groupes armés. Et depuis la mise en place du processus DDR, les femmes, les mères et les épouses sont très préoccupées. Elles sont préoccupées comment est-ce qu'elles pourraient faire revenir leurs fils de ces endroits-là. Parce que le gouvernement a mis en place un processus de clémence, d'amnistie pour pouvoir accepter ceux qui déposeraient les armes de manière volontaire. Et là également, les femmes se sont engagées pour pouvoir envoyer des messages à leurs enfants à travers des chants, à travers des enregistrements, mais le travail qu'elles font les amène également à être confrontées à des difficultés parce que elles ne connaissent pas les lois. Elles ne connaissent pas les lois, elles ne savent pas si ce qu'elles sont en train de faire vont à l'encontre des préétablis. Ça, c'est des difficultés et des défis qui se dressent devant elles. Nous avons autre chose que nous voulions également partager, c'est la question de la participation des femmes dans les sphères de prise de décision, aussi bien au niveau le plus bas qu'au niveau des instances supérieures. Si nous parlons par exemple de la question du changement climatique, il y a au niveau des communes, des communautés, des structures qui sont mises en place pour préparer, pour mettre en place des activités anticipatoires pour prévenir ou bien pour préparer les personnes à pouvoir faire face à ces impacts-là. Dans ces structures-là, très souvent, on ne retrouve pas les femmes, alors qu'elles devraient être les plus présentes parce qu'elles vivent des situations assez complexes. Nous avons également un autre défi qui est également le fait que les femmes sont, pendant ces crises que nous avons connues, elles ont été les plus nombreuses à subir, à être tuées, à être utilisées comme des bombes humaines, mais leur contribution, le travail qu'elles font sur le terrain n'est pas reconnu. Des milliers de femmes ont été formées comme médiatrices communautaires, mais le travail qu'elles font est répétitif, elles n'ont pas de statut, elles ne sont pas reconnues comme dans des espaces comme ceux que nous partageons actuellement. Pourtant, elles font du travail pour que la paix revienne dans ces communautés-là.
Thank you very much, Madam Aisa. And I think now here, yes. And I'll quickly switch to, luckily, the gentlemen that are joining us on the panel. We've listened at the grassroots level some of the pressing challenges we've had about employment, we've had about violence, we've had about climate change, access to technology and information, conflict women's rights in the context of conflict. All these are not new issues on our continent. All these issues are represented within our regional mechanisms through different departments. All these challenges and issues that the ladies have shared have a law or a policy or an instrument or a resolution that speaks to these very issues. But from the experiences we're hearing, there seems to be a disconnect somewhere. So we are legislating, we are developing policy, we are discussing at the regional level, but the women at home, the women in our grassroots are not seeing the benefits or the results of the discussions we are having or the resolutions that we are making. Where is the challenge? From a policymaker's perspective, where is the disconnect? Where are we not connecting? And I'll start right here.
Thank you very much for according me this opportunity. As I was introduced, I am Fred Simwaga, Malawi, working in the Ministry of Gender, Community Development and Social Welfare, but in the Department of Gender Affairs. Yes, we have heard from the women from the grassroots level. Yes, it's almost lamentations, and indeed, I am aware of the situation on the ground because we work with people at community level as well. First and foremost, we should understand the business of government. Number one, the government is there to provide a conducive environment, in this case, to empower women. politically, economically, socially, and in terms of development. So that is agenda number 1 for government. I will not belabor myself to explain about the many policies that we have, the many strategies that we have, and also the registrations that we have, because the issue under discussion is the disconnect. So I will not go into the registration policies and strategies. But we have policies at each and every level, according to thematic areas, subject matters, we have those policies. So for me to go straight on the disconnect, it's not that maybe, let's say, I'll give the example of Malawi. It's not that there is complete disconnect. Let me give examples of areas that have been touched on. I will start with economic empowerment of women. For Malawi, yes, we have strategies, policies on that one, but as I said, I will not talk much about the strategies, policies. But what we are doing on economic empowerment of women. We have what we call National Economic Empowerment Fund. And in this fund, specifically, there is a window targeting women, which is called Women Economic Empowerment Fund window, where women go and access loans, which the process is not as rigorous as you might find at the banks. So this one typically targets women in the rural areas, most of them. Maybe 60–65% are women in the rural areas. Also, we have this initiative of village savings and loans, where women are encouraged to be in groups. They are trained, financial literacy, business management, so that they should be able to manage their resources when they are in a grouping whereby they borrow and lend money from within the groups. So we have extension workers who are providing these services right in the rural areas. We have extension workers whom we call community development assistants, who are positioned in the typical rural areas. And related to the same Economic Empowerment Fund, I'll just give an example. Madam there talked about women doing fishing. We have established what we call Women in Fisheries Network. So these networks, you find them typically in the rural areas, or where there is an opportunity for fishing. So they are being supported by extension workers, train them in fisheries, whatever, and sometimes they are even linked to financial institutions for them to ably or effectively participate in fisheries business. So let me just stop there on economic empowerment. There was also a mention of the issue of climate change. Malawi is one of the countries which have recently been affected by various cyclones. And we know normally when the cyclones hit, women are disproportionately affected, because naturally, biologically, as we were born, it's difficult for women maybe to escape, or sometimes the commitments that are there. A man will run fast, climb the tree, while a woman, the physical stature might not allow her to climb the tree faster, and also the social commitment, the care work. The woman will not run, to first of all look back, where are my children? You see? So that's how maybe how bad it is. So on this one, in Malawi we have established what we call Women Network in Climate Action. This network was established in 2021, and it was launched showing the highest political will. It was launched by the president, former president, since we have now a president-elect. So this was launched by the former president on 21st August 2021. So since the launch, we realized that the network was hanging. It was at the national level in the capital city where it was launched. Now, realizing that the women who are most affected normally are in the rural areas. So what we did was, why don't we establish networks now at community level? We sourced funding from Africa Climate Action Canada, and now we have established networks in the rural areas, so that the network at national level should have tentacles spread in the communities, so that when we are forming the bureau at national level, these mandates should be coming from the people from the community areas themselves. Coming to gender-based violence, we have established victim support units at all community levels so that people can be assisted there and then. We have trained people and have structures at community level which should be able to provide technical support to victims or survivors of gender-based violence. Also looking at maybe the political agenda, we have women's forums at all district levels who can deal with issues of empowering women in terms of political participation. Going back again to the communities, we have a program on social protection, and 80% of the targeted beneficiaries are in the rural areas. And out of the 80% in the rural areas, 76% is targeting women in the rural areas, so that they can also access this social protection through financial provisions. Employment. We have the Gender Equality Act, and our act stipulates that when we are employing people in the public sector, we have to employ not less than 40% of either sex and not more than 60% of either sex. So if it is employment, that means equality is there, so that we ensure that there is equal participation in terms of the public sector. Only that maybe the Gender Equality Act is restricted to public sector. And now we are going into reviewing it so that we also, this also applies to the private sector. Allow me to stop there. I just wanted to touch on maybe the disconnect, and I just wanted to touch on what we are doing as government of Malawi, that there is no really not complete disconnection, but there is something that is happening. And in conclusion, let me say that as government, normally we are there to provide conducive environment. Sometimes when you sit in the government space, you might be tempted to say, maybe I should migrate to the CSO's space, because the government is there to provide conducive environment. So our request is, as CSOs, organizations, hold the government accountable, because we cannot be policing ourselves. We have the laws, we have the policies. If we are not implementing, please hold us accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fred. And I think that last call to action is very important, because that's one of the conversations we're going to be having in plenary on how do we ensure shared accountability? Because we are in agreement that governments are putting in the structures and the systems to ensure or address some of these challenges, but are the challenges translating into lived realities? And I think that's really the heart of this conversation. But thank you so much for sharing some of the work that Malawi is doing, particularly around climate change. I think that's definitely something that we'll be circling back to, but also on the conversation on GBV with the victim support units. We're also going to be speaking on plenary in terms of how we now have the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. How are we seeing this at our national levels, and how do we see this convention impacting or improving the lived realities of women and girls on the continent? Because I think we can all agree that GBV is one of the common or cross-cutting issues across all countries. So at this point, I'll come to you, Mr. Hatungimana, to speak to us on where is the disconnect in Burundi. There is what the government is doing in terms of the systems and the structures and the frameworks that are being put in place. So I just want to hear from you, from a policymaker's perspective, from the government perspective, what are some of the steps you're taking to ensure that these policies become, and instruments and frameworks become living documents and not just very well-written documents that we keep at the capitals and at the urban areas? How do these translate to, what steps are you making as government to ensure that these documents are lived realities?
Merci beaucoup, madame, pour la parole. Moi, je suis Ponce Tungimana, je suis le secrétaire permanent du ministère en charge des droits humains et genre. Peut-être avant d'embrayer sur la question que vous venez de me poser, je vais revenir en arrière sur certains défis que connaissent nos femmes au niveau du Burundi, de manière générale. Premièrement, les femmes ont des défis en rapport avec l'accès à des facteurs de production comme des terres. Les femmes n'ont pas accès à des crédits dans les différentes institutions de microfinance parce qu'ils n'ont pas de quoi à donner comme des hypothèques. Autre chose, il y a des femmes aussi qui sont victimes de violences sexuelles basées sur le genre. Un autre élément, c'est que dans beaucoup de ménages, les femmes travaillent seules pour pouvoir nourrir les familles. Alors, partant sur la question que vous venez de me poser, d'abord, premièrement, c'est vrai qu'il y a des bons documents, des bonnes conventions que le Burundi a ratifiées, mais quand même la mise en œuvre reste un problème. Premièrement, il y a un problème de sensibilisation, de sensibilisation, de diffusion, parce que même s'il y a l'existence de ces conventions, de ces stratégies, souvent, ces documents ne sont pas sensibilisés, ne sont pas portés à la connaissance des différentes parties prenantes. Autre chose que nous observons, en fait, la question d'égalité du genre au niveau du Burundi, souvent, c'est une question du ministère en charge du genre. Parce qu'en certain moment, pour que d'autres ministères puissent s'y impliquer davantage, il nous faut beaucoup d'efforts. Si on parle de l'autonomisation de la femme, si on parle de l'autonomisation de la fille, souvent on voit que la question est pour le ministère du genre, alors qu'on doit toujours travailler en synergie. Donc à ce moment, c'est important que toutes les parties prenantes soient sensibilisées pour comprendre cette question d'égalité du genre, mais aussi il faut qu'il y ait une volonté politique. Parce que c'est vrai que je parlais de la synergie entre les acteurs. S'il n'y a pas une volonté politique de haut niveau, ce n'est pas facile de mettre en œuvre les différentes stratégies, les différentes politiques. Parce que c'est une politique qui a été élaborée par le ministère en charge du genre. C'est important que le ministère de la Santé aussi soit impliqué le ministère de l'Agriculture, le ministère de l'Éducation et d'autres ministères. Alors, pour qu'il y ait au moins pour qu'il y ait une bonne coordination, il faut que quand même il faut qu'il y ait une volonté politique de haut niveau. Il faut que, par exemple, le Premier ministre comprenne la nécessité de mettre en œuvre une stratégie quelconque, une politique quelconque en matière de la promotion, de la femme ou de la fille. Donc alors, ce que je peux demander, il faut qu'il y ait quand même cette synergie entre les différentes parties prenantes au niveau du gouvernement. Autre chose, il faut aussi que nos partenaires interviennent en finançant les différents programmes en matière de la promotion de la femme. C'est vrai qu'il y a des initiatives qui sont financées au niveau du pays, mais à certain moment, s'il faut voir le budget qui est utilisé, le budget est toujours insuffisant. Le budget est toujours insuffisant. C'est important aussi que nos partenaires aussi arrivent à mobiliser beaucoup de financement pour financer des actions en faveur de la femme. Sinon, en conclusion, il faut qu'il y ait quand même le travail en synergie. Il faut que toutes les parties prenantes s'engagent pour promouvoir les droits de la femme. Il faut aussi qu'il y ait aussi une volonté politique à haut niveau. Il faut que les présidents africains comprennent l'importance de promouvoir les droits de la femme. Voilà.
I like that you're doing half the work for me by introducing the next conversation, because now I want to bring it back to all of us. There are two key things that Mr. Fred and Mr. Hatungimana have called us to think about. We've heard that some of the challenges is lack of synergy, lack of sensitization, lack of resources, and lack of access to information. So what are the opportunities for collaboration? How do we bridge that gap? Because we have the challenges, we have the policies, we've had the challenges from the policy makers. So from grassroots organizations to policy makers to development partners, what are our opportunities for collaboration to ensure that policies become live instruments that transform the lived realities of women and girls on the continent? So I'm throwing it back to you. So for this panel, we are the ones asking questions and you're responding. We can start here with Madam Kumba, then there, and here.
You want me to sit? Thank you, Mary, for giving me the floor. I also thank the panelists for the very important insight they brought to us, grassroots women, but also our policymakers. I stand here as GEWE coordinator, and I think the question which is being asked here is very important. If I may say that we tried since many years through the work being done by our movements in making sure that governments are taken accountable on their policy. And one of the process that we have is the reporting, country reporting. And I think that there are still challenges because as GMAC, we do annual review of those country achievements because it's an engagement from the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa. And there I think the civil society are even left outside the process. That's why what we do, we call it shadow reporting, to ensure that we are bringing the voice of those who are really in the field. They are the ones that have to make sure that what we receive from the government are real. And that mechanism is still happening. I must say that many countries, I'm not sure even Malawi and Burundi are have update report, but I think if there is a way that we can improve the policy engagement is to respect that reporting engagement from the Solemn Declaration. And locally, that make me say that also the involvement of the civil society is very important for you, because then as civil society network, we don't need to do those shadow reports. We immediately see exactly what is the reality from the ground. That is one of the mechanisms that I'm seeing. The other mechanism also, which is very important, and I think Alwyn also touched it, the African Women Leaders Network as any other platform, is to have those leaderships in the ground. I think the complementary work is the one being complemented by our leaders, whether former president, but also current president in place. I think we need to work with those to champion the country that are doing good. I remember, I don't remember because we have it, but we have what we call the GMAC award, which is really to distinguish and to reward countries that are doing good. You know, we need some time to shame on them, and also to just promote those who are doing good, so that they will be in the way shamed to be doing also good. So, but again, it's the civil society issue that also I want to bring. I think locally we need to provide more resources for civil society organizations, because we lack to bring them at fora like this. But the documentation, the data collection, and also the capacity, technical capacity they have is very limited to do the work that we expect them to do. So I think we have to give more resources to our local partners, grassroots, women organizations, so that they also take accountable to the governments. Because I think you are those who can make the change. Lastly, I would say that I really appreciate the platform that we are launching today, and I speak on behalf of GMAC, because we see this dialogue and this platform, the Egumeni platform, as a complementary to our work. Because as GMAC, we do advocacy, we do capacity building, but we need also to emphasize and to work with such a platform on documenting, on also research, but also having another space rather than GMAC, just to hear each other and to know what is going on and learning from each other. Researcher, private sector, I really appreciate that we have the private sector very strong in this platform, which we also have in GMAC. And lastly is on the youth. In the ground, I think one of the practical exercises we're having at GMAC is the youth network, which is doing tremendous work, a lot of advocacy at local level. One of them spoke yesterday with the She Leads project. I think they are also making change, and that change is very important that it comes from the young people to why they grow in terms of leadership. So I hope I was not too long, Mary, and thank you again for giving me the floor.
Yeah, I was just going to say I couldn't stop you because you're my senior within GMAC, so protocols must be observed. But I think, Madam Kumba, you raised three very critical conversations, and maybe just to also speak to us on that in terms of country reporting. I think for a long time, the country reports on the instruments that we have been seen as if it's spotlighting or looking to expose governments on what they're not doing. But if we look at it in a more collaborative manner, where we are working together as grassroots organizations, as civil society, and as governments, our focus then shifts in realizing these instruments and not simply reporting on them. So I think that's a great area of collaboration, such that we are speaking to each other, and therefore countries only need to submit one report and no need for the shadow reporting. Resourcing of local organizations, I think the only thing I would add to that is flexible resourcing to grassroots organizations, because a lot of the grassroots organizations that are really doing the Lord's work when it comes to advancing and protection of women's rights are not structured to make them suitable for the standard template of resourcing. So how do we then adapt our resourcing structures to ensure that we are really channeling flexible resources to these grassroots organizations, because really that's where the work is happening. And lastly, on documentation, it's time for us to move away from passion-based advocacy to evidence-based advocacy, and we cannot do that without research and without documentation. So I'll come back to the floor. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 at the back. Let's take the 4, then I'll come back to you, Dr. Ajay. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. I've been dying to say this since yesterday, so I'm glad for the opportunity to share my perspective. And it's evidence of the fact that all our conversations are interconnected. My name is Susan Asio, and I work as Senior Policy Advisor at Researchers Without Borders. So I'm speaking from a research perspective, and I thank Dr. Kumba and you, Mary, for preempting what I'm going to share, of course stemming from Matilda's presentation yesterday, and also to what a previous speaker, which I want to differ with, talked about the irrelevance of research in the conversation before lunch, because I would like to reiterate that research informs policy, research informs praxis. But I want to emphasize or dwell on the fact that one of the main gaps in response to gender and security, which is our area of niche within research, is the issue of research in Africa lacking a universally accepted African feminist theory. And we all acknowledge that this stems from our over-reliance on the Western-centric feminist discourse. So my quick recommendation or call to action is for us to deliberately resource, and of course this has been overly emphasized, and expand African feminist research on gender. And my one specific analogy is for us to adopt the political construct of justice. I know we've been speaking about this in passing, but just to make that emphasis, you know, to kind of move away from the discourse of empowerment to the discourse or concept of justice, which focuses more on transformation. And we also acknowledge that justice is steeped on the notion of redistribution of power, redistribution of resources and voices, but also acknowledging that justice, this concept of justice, addresses the root causes of the different issues that we've been speaking about regarding women's rights and advocacy. So we need to deepen that kind of feminist research and develop strategies that then transform that into action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that I move in line with time, I'll just give my responses, quick responses to your question. I'm Agnes Nengo, Director Gender in the Ministry of Women Affairs, Zimbabwe. So in order for us to strengthen the achievement of results, bridging the gap between the civil society and government, what I also note as a key important factor is about strengthened coordination of our efforts, especially by government, while it's also working with civil society organizations that also want to feed in and build to the coordination that are being done by the national institutional mechanisms for the advancement of gender equality and women empowerment. You find that there are situations where there are fragmented approaches. Civil society organizations are not feeding into the processes, sometimes because of lack of coordination, but sometimes based on the role in terms of pointing where there are gaps. But essentially, for us to achieve the results that we want, we need to coordinate and have collaboration. So in the context, I'll just share a context of Zimbabwe. We are currently developing, in the final process of developing, a national gender machinery coordination framework that will build the coordination and strengthen the coordination of all the mechanisms for gender equality and women empowerment in the country, be it civil society, parliament, and where we bring together. We had started the process, but when UN Women established that we are doing good in that regard, they thought, let's support the ministry in building this as a framework that then guide in terms of meetings, so that there is open dialogues systematically, be it quarterly, in terms of regular meetings, regular feedback loops, even after the presentation, for example, of reports, state-part reports, before state-part reports, so that there is strengthened coordination and collaboration. It will also improve issues around transparency and accountability, because the organizations and the state institutions will be together and moving together rather than highlighting areas where there are gaps. But it's shared responsibility and shared accountability to what needs to be done. So I'll also then give also another point to what also civil society needs to do is coordinated advocacy as well. While there will be coordination in terms of from the ministry, but again you find that a lot of civil society organizations don't have coordinated advocacy. They are working in different areas, some overlapping in terms of their mandates, sometimes because they are competing for resources, and there will be no coordinated advocates, ending up competing in terms of initiatives, in terms of what they want to do. And in that regard, there are areas where there will be gaps in terms of addressing challenges that are hindering the achievement of gender equality and women empowerment. So coordinated advocacy is important, not overlapping initiatives, but building alliances that can help to achieve results. Because what we also need to have and internalize is that we all want to achieve results to address gender inequalities, not to compete for resources, not to compete for areas to work on. So how do we do it? How do we coordinate? How do we build alliances, working together and knowing where we can address the challenges that we are facing? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a question that I would like to ask Madam. The Madam that spoke, the Madam that is coming from a faraway organization, right? Femnet, yeah, Femnet organization, right? The last one, the last lady, or the last woman. I don't know what to say. Huh? Okay. Okay. I think all of us here we are agree that internet is a good resource that all of us we are using now, because internet can make people to come more wiser. Internet can make it have so many advantages when we use internet as women. But I want to ask you, what is the recommendation that you can give to us that we are working with women in those areas that let me just say, in my country, I'm working with women and children, and all the time we are teaching them how to use internet, how to be able to involucrate themselves to the internet, because it helps them to become more wiser. So what is the recommendation that you can give to us for us to show them the bad side of internet? Because internet have two sides, the bad one and the good one. You can show some, let me just say, a lady that didn't have the opportunity since a childhood to go to school or to be able to, Jesus, English. Wonderful. So you usually teach them about how to manage themselves with internet, but you know, some of them, they take the positive side and they really learn, and they are growing up, and others, they fall into masturbation, that bad side of internet. I don't know, but I think all of us here, we are mature people, and I think you can understand what I'm trying to say. The barrier is my English. Do you understand? So how can we really help them for them to not fall into that bad side of internet, and to only focus on the good side? Thank you.
Hi. Let's appreciate her. You really tried. Thank you so much. So we'll take one from the back, and then we can come to you, Dr. Ajay. Dr. Ajay, I'll request you keep it brief, but let's start at the back, then we come to Dr. Ajay.
Thank you very much. My recommendation really is emanating from what has been discussed. Thank you to the first panelist in terms of flagging out, I think, the lived realities of rural women. Often at times, I think we then forget that constituency. It was very helpful. And building on that, I think we need to see how we expand the movement. And we don't restrict it, for a lack of a better word, and eliticize it to, a certain stereotype. And that is something that civil society has also to introspect in terms of how you work. And one of the things that we have noticed is we have taken away the power of citizen engagement in terms of how citizens can effectively engage with their governments. So a key recommendation is, in the work that we do, we need to go back to those foundations on how do we build an active movement. And we define what movement building is beyond organizations, but how do we make sure that we bring the women that we are caring to be also part of this movement, for them to be able to speak for themselves, and for them to be able to really engage on key policy issues at the different levels. So for me, the recommendation that I think is key is we need to empower our people. And this is very much linked to the new developments that we are seeing, where resources are increasingly going to be short, are limited. And in that context, how do we make sure that we don't carry the burden from the organizations, but we also have citizens that are able to engage on these issues and able to articulate them. And with that, I think we can, address the challenge of resources. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Cleopatra from UNDP Regional Office. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cleo. We can come to Dr. Ajay, and then we'll come back to the panel.
Okay, thank you very much. I've promised myself that I won't speak, but I cannot take my eyes away from a number of things. First, my brother from Malawi, thank you very much for your presentation, but I want to say something about Empowerment Fund. When you create an empowerment fund that is gender neutral, or just create one window for women within the empowerment fund, I can assure you, and I can tell you from experience, women will not have access. they will never have access because first, most of the operators of that fund will be men, and they will divert resources away to men. We have numerous examples. So this morning, because I was in the Madagascar group at the marketplace, this morning we had said that when you want to create empowerment fund for women, let it be for women alone. And make sure that the people that are going to be running it are also, a lot of them are women. Because when you mix it with other people, with men, they will not get across it. So I want to make that correction. Thank you for creating the fund, but please let us have women empowerment fund, not a national empowerment fund. Thank you. Somebody spoke about reporting. My sister Kumba spoke about the way we engage member states. Those reports that we do, they are evidence-based. Number one, is coming from partly also the report of the member state. It is meant for us to be able to measure the progress, because one of the problems in Africa is that we do not measure progress. If you create a framework, policy, convention, whatever it is, and it's being implemented, we do not measure progress. And if we don't measure progress, we will not be able to see the gap for subsequent advocacy. So we use that to measure progress. We use it to also identify best practices that we can share with our members in GMAC to be able to go back and also replicate in their countries. We also use it for recognition and award. When we see countries that are doing well, periodically, as we do our report every 3 years, we also give them what we call African Gender Award. So we use those reports for those things. Now, for the grassroots, I think part of the problem is that when we gather like this, most of us are elites. We need to develop frameworks and mechanisms to be able to get to the grassroots. My organization, we have succeeded in doing a number of those things, like creating youth network, to get people engaged at the grassroots. And one major issue also that has resonated, two of them that I want to talk about. Somebody spoke about the fact that the gender machinery has been downgraded in some countries. This is a red light to us, and we need to do something quickly. My recommendation is that the STC on GEWE, the Gender Directorate, and the RECs involved in those countries should go on advocacy mission to request for restoration of the gender machinery with a minister sitting ahead of it. I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajayi. And so now we are down to our last 3 minutes. There was a question to you, Betty. So we'll give you 1 minute to respond, and then we can close the session.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'm not sure I got the question really well, but my take on communication was, while on technology and internet usage, while technology is hailed as a development driver for the grassroots women, the grassroots communities, it is still a locked door. We do not see it as a driver of development. Unless, and it is good we have policy stakeholders in here, unless issues that relate to policies on affordability, on accessibility, on usage and functionality is localized, we may not realize the full benefit of technology at grassroots levels. Now, when it comes to disadvantages of technology, I think that will still go back to policies that guides. For instance, in Uganda, we have policies to do with internet usage and communication and cyber and all these harassments and that happen on internet. But we also have a policy to do with age for usage of internet and access to that. So I think this can still be localized to different states and according to, really, it's a one by one. Thank you. I hope that helps. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Betty. And so we each will have 20 seconds, your final word. So we'll start with you, Madam Aissa. 20 seconds, please.
Je n'ai pas bien saisi la question. Pour conclure.
No, I'm saying 20, your last word, 20 seconds.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. En termes de conclusion, nous faisons d'abord note toutes les suggestions et les recommandations qui ont été formulées par les participants et puis par le panel. Au niveau de la base où nous travaillons, nous formulons le fort vœu qu'il y ait des programmes qui sont financés sur la durée. Parce que sur le terrain, les communautés et les femmes avec lesquelles nous travaillons se plaignent généralement des programmes à court terme qui ne leur permettent pas de mener à bien les initiatives qu'elles ont commencées. Donc si nous pouvions avoir des programmes, ça c'est des recommandations que nous formulons à l'endroit des politiques, des programmes qui seraient mis en place devraient être des programmes sur une longue durée. Et également concernant l'autonomisation aussi des femmes, je voudrais dire un petit mot. Pour nous, l'autonomisation, lorsqu'on parle de l'autonomisation des femmes, il ne faudrait pas seulement se limiter à l'aspect économique. Parce que les femmes, elles ont besoin d'avoir une autonomisation complète, aussi bien au niveau personnel. Nous, les communautés avec lesquelles nous travaillons, elles ont beaucoup de problèmes aussi pour la connaissance du corps, comment elles peuvent décider des maternités et autres. Ça, il faut une autonomisation pour qu'elles connaissent leur corps. L'autonomisation également légale, parce que beaucoup n'ont pas de documents officiels, elles n'existent même pas, elles n'ont pas de carte d'identité, certains n'ont pas d'acte de naissance. Cette question d'autonomisation devrait aussi être axée pour que les femmes soient autonomes avec des outils, des documents officiels. Et puis l'autonomisation politique, parce qu'elles ne sont pas formées, elles ne connaissent pas comment décider sur leur propre vie, comment même participer à l'action politique. Et là également, cette autonomisation devait explorer cet aspect avant d'arriver sur l'autonomisation économique. À ce moment, lorsqu'elles recevront des fonds, elles pourront véritablement les gérer. Je vous remercie infiniment.
Yes, thank you very much, Mary, and my fellow panelists. For me, in conclusion, coming from a region that has suffered intermittent conflict and also a region that hosts conflict-affected people like refugees, I would implore the African governments to have an integrated approach when it comes to development or when it comes to programming. For example, integrating of refugee response in local and development plans while focusing on the triple nexus where we focus on humanitarian peace and development in programming, and also inclusion of grassroots women leaders in decision-making processes at all levels, and also putting emphasis on strengthening community structures as drivers of development. Thank you very much for listening.
Final word, gentlemen, 20 seconds, please.
20 seconds for men and 5 minutes for women, you see. discrimination. Okay, thank you very much for the rich discussion. Simply put, I would say that in terms of coordination in Malawi, we are very, very okay, because we have what we call National Gender Technical Working Group, which brings together quarterly government ministries, departments and agencies, and CSOs that work on the gender platform. My request is, looking at the situation from Malawi, you know, the landscape has changed. Development partners, donors, especially on issues of gender, normally they will give money through development partners, CSOs, and sometimes maybe community-based organizations. So what happens in some cases is that because the CSOs, development partners, are more empowered than government, you see that in terms of implementation, there is that lack of coordination. You will see maybe development partners or maybe the CSOs, they will come to the ministry on gender issues when they have received money, so they want to do an inception meeting with their principal donors. Then after that, they will go and start implementing without the government. Then they will reappear when they are now doing the evaluation. So the request is, let's approach this by complementing each other. The resources which come to you are meant for development of the country, so that you complement the strategies, policies of the government, so that what you are implementing, you are helping the government to move forward with the agenda of development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Merci encore une fois pour la parole. Moi, je ne veux pas dire beaucoup de choses. D'une manière générale, souvent dans nos pays, les interventions en matière de la promotion de la femme sont menées d'une manière isolée et curieusement, et ça produit peu d'impact. Donc alors, c'est important de renforcer quand même la coordination des acteurs intervenants en matière de la promotion de la femme. Autre chose, c'est important aussi de développer des mécanismes de communication et d'échange d'informations au sein des pays pour bien conduire le processus. Autre chose, moi j'ai déjà souligné, il y a toujours la volonté politique, mais c'est important que la question d'égalité du genre et de l'autonomisation de la femme soit toujours discutée dans les sommets des chefs d'État, parce que ce sont les chefs d'État souvent qui détiennent souvent le pouvoir pour mettre en œuvre les différentes conclusions. Nous, au niveau du ministère, on peut avoir cette volonté de pouvoir bien faire, mais à certains moments, il y a les décideurs de haut niveau quand même qui est censé aussi d'être sensibilisé aussi davantage. Je pense quand même au niveau de l'Union africaine, c'est important aussi d'entreprendre une initiative pareille, au moins pour sensibiliser davantage nos excellences et les présidents de la République. Autre chose, en matière de la promotion de la femme et de la fille, c'est important aussi de renforcer les structures locales. Merci.
Thank you so much, and my apologies for really rushing the panel, but we need to proceed into the closing ceremony. But this was a very important conversation to carry on, because oftentimes the grassroots organizations are left out of the table and we speak on their behalf. So this conversation was very important to have grassroots women speak on their own behalf. So thank you very much for your indulgence and your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, and your panel. I think they have to take a picture. Where is our photographer?
picture or a video.
Okay, thank you very much. Another round of applause. So we can move on. The next step, you know, in the spirit of transparency, I think I'm going to tell you exactly what is happening. We have a delegation. You can see that the numbers have dwindled a bit. We have a delegation that has gone up to the chairperson's office, and they, from my understanding, they just went in. And in that delegation are the people who are meant to give us the closing remarks. So now it is either we dance and we play while we wait for the closing session. I know I received a delegation from the participants who also expressed a desire to finish early so that they can go and handle some other business in Addis Ababa. But before we get there, I'm going to ask Frida, is she here? Or is it Victor? Yeah. This session was supposed to have Madam Angela, who is part of the STC Bureau. And she also had expressed some concern to say she had been requested by the STC, that's the Ministers of Gender, to come with an outcome from this particular convening. But she didn't feel that she had enough to carry into that particular meeting. So we've asked the tech team to, guys, the longer you take to put it, the more you expose me. I don't know what the thing is called. Huh? Right, QR code. I only know it when we buy in the shops. There's a barcode. It's not. There's a QR code which has a question, which will ask a question about the STC, and then we're requesting that you answer that question, and then we will give that output to Madam Angela so that she can carry that into her STC meeting. I hope we all understand what the STC is. Yes. Okay. Frida, where is the... Today has been a technologically challenging day, colleagues. No music, no QR code, no closing. Hey, we are regressing. But so that we kill two birds with one stone. The AUC sponsored participants, your Jews are in the room. Can I see Wongelawit? Is she still here? Hey, even the finance has gone. But when she comes back into the room, she's going to sit at the back, and she's ready to make payments. But she has requested that you come one at a time. As soon as she walks in, I will alert you. So, perfect, the thing. So please use your phones, scan the QR code, help us with some tangible recommendations for the Ministers of Gender to champion or for their action. And they'll be meeting at the end of November. I think from the 20th to the 28th of November is when they're going to have their specialized technical committee meeting here. And those recommendations will then be carried through the AU policy organs, first to the Permanent Representatives Committee, which is the ambassadors to the AU who are here. Then it will go into the Executive Council, which is the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, and in February going to the Heads of State Assembly. So please think very hard about the recommendation you want to make and how far you would like for it to go. So there's no music to carry us through this process? The QR code can't coexist with the song? Daniel, is it Daniel? His name is Daniel? How do I say music in Amharic? Anybody? Daniel, can we have music? I can't see now. Adele? Yeah. I am fighting for my life up here. Please, let's film. The next thing is for me to sing. Choose a song and then we sing. We put it on the microphone. Okay, let's try. But can I not log into Zoom and play the song there? I can, right? Let me try. I think at this point, I think now we need, that's better. Hey, I was going to request gospel because things are not going well. Is that you? What happened, DJ? Please, recommendations. Frida, are you going to?
I'm known by Mama Never Miss. So I thought I shouldn't miss this gathering. So I'm told now we're going to the recommendations. And after the recommendation, then we close. So that we have takeaways. Something to take away, to take with you as you go back and work on. And I'm sure these are very practical recommendations. So please, we need your attention. Let's get to the recommendations. Thank you.
Frida, could you help us project the recommendations? Good afternoon, everyone. Oh my God. Good afternoon. No, I also want some energy. The love you've been giving to Lindy, I also want some of it. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arletta Kinjeneye, and I'm a Partnership and Strategic Coordination Officer in the Women, Gender, and Youth Directorate. So as Lindy mentioned, we're going to go through some of the recommendations that you've suggested. And I think, as we mentioned, these recommendations are going to be taken by the STC Bureau to the upcoming STC on GEWE that is scheduled to take place in November. So without any further ado, I wanted to go through them. Some of them are in English, others in French, so you have to have your translation set on. So the first one is on to take a firm public stand on the rise of anti-rights agenda and the pledge to protect the advancement of women's rights and gender equality on the continent. We need to realize true access to SRHR to allow African girls, adolescents, and women to reach their full potential, including through completing their schooling, as 1/3 of African women and girls will become pregnant before 19 years old. They're the continent the continent for economic potential inclusive development. The second one is on the inclusion of grassroots women leaders in the decision-making spaces at all levels, which I think is in line with the last session that we just had. A third one, it's on embracing the triple nexus between the humanitarian, peace, and development in the gender equality programming. The following one is in French. So l'Union africaine devrait amener les gouvernements à mettre en place des mesures pour rendre gratuites les consultations prénatales, les réparations des fistules obstétricales. There's no translation. Oh. Okay. Adele, do you want to translate as I speak? I'm going to read and then you translate. Pardon? Maybe let me first read the English one and then we'll do the French one after. It's better so we save some time. Yeah. As a committed, sorry. The other one is on promoting education, awareness and skills training. So investing in education and skill training programs that empower women and girls, particularly in STEM fields, entrepreneurship, leadership, and life skills. Engaging men and boys as allies in promoting gender equality, challenging patriarchal norms, and encouraging positive behaviors such as respectful relationships and shared household responsibilities. The next one is on supporting women's economic empowerment by implementing policies and programs that support women's economic empowerment, such as access to credit, land ownership, and eco pay for eco work. The next one is on funding channels to CSOs at the grassroots. Funding channels to CSOs at the grassroots need to come up with core funding and protection of flexible funds. We need to create a specific budget line in the state budget for the support of survivors of gender-based violence. The other recommendation is raising awareness among the AU member states on the effective implementation of laws, policies, and strategies for the empowerment of women. We are petitioning the ministers to lead the call for free sanitary towels for all girls and young women in member state countries, in AU member states. We further petition for the provision of quality education for children until grade 12. The other recommendation is that we should implement deliberate mentorship and intergenerational platform for girls, women, and young women. We need this to strengthen work for grassroots organization. Okay. We encourage government interministerial engagement, sharing and learning for replication of best practices. Governments need to make intentional efforts to invest in GEWE, especially in the wake of dwindling funding landscape. I'm trying to look, some of them are similar, so that's why I'm going through them. We need to strengthen the coordination and accountabilities of the laws that are ratified. Okay. We need to make a deliberate effort to fund and expand African feminist research, which translates theory into praxis, particularly stemming from grassroots perspective and in construction of justice and transformation. Okay. They are all the same. So let me go back to the French recommendations to ensure that we also capture those. So this first one, how many people speak French? I just want to see if I need to read it in French or English. Okay. l'Union africaine devrait amener les gouvernements à mettre en place des mesures pour rendre gratuits les consultations prénatales, les réparations des fistules obstétricales, afin de réduire les taux de mortalité maternelle, voire le ramener au taux accepté par OMS, 74 décès pour 100 000 naissances. On doit amener les gouvernements à intégrer des budgets nationaux, le financement de plans d'action de la 1325 et des autres résolutions connectées car actuellement c'est encore davantage sur papier. On doit prendre des mesures pour impliquer les femmes de la base dans la gouvernance climatique. So the 3 recommendations, the first one touches on ensuring that government have put in place measures to ensure that prenatal and SRH services are free, so that we can ensure that the maternal mortality rate is at the rate that is at least recommended by WHO, which is 74 deaths per 100,000. What's naissance now? birth. And the second recommendation was on ensuring that governments allocate a certain budget for the national plan of the 1325, which I believe it's around peace and security, because right now a lot of governments haven't really done that. And the last recommendation was ensuring that we mainstream gender in climate change efforts. And the other recommendation in French was on amener les pays à créer des espaces sûrs intégrés pour la prise en charge des victimes et survivants des violences dans tous les villages, reconnaître le travail que font les femmes à la base, donnant un statut aux médiatrices communautaires, voter et mettre en application des lois spécifiques contre les violences faites aux femmes et aux filles, mettre effectivement en œuvre la résolution 1325, car actuellement elle reste encore sur papier et les plans d'action ne sont pas financés. Another recommendation on peace and security, I believe the resolution 1325 is on peace and security, ensuring that there is a budget to finance that. Also, encouraging member states to have specific policies and laws to address gender-based violence. The third one is ensuring that women are involved in mediation in their community. And the last one was ensuring that countries have interventions in place to address, to support survivors of gender-based violence. And the last one is on, je recommanderais qu'il y a une mise en place un mécanisme africain de suivi indépendant sur l'égalité de genre et l'autonomisation des femmes qui publie chaque année un rapport continental mesurant les avancées et le retard de chaque État en matière de leur engagement. Une mise en place de plans d'urgence sensibles en genre pour protéger les femmes et les filles contre les violences basées sur le genre dans les abris temporaires et les zones de crise. So the first one, they're recommending that there should be a report that shows member states work, what member states are doing in terms of gender. Sorry, because someone told me, Adele went to interpret, okay. Okay. So I think those, the rest of the recommendations are really, to summarize, it seems like most of the recommendations stresses on investing in women's economic empowerment, mainstreaming gender in peace processes, funding keeps coming, ensuring that there is financial investment in women's led activities, and ensuring education was also a big one that kept coming. So on that note, I think I'll hand over to my colleague Lindiwe to continue the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Alette. I think this will, is this a person waving in real time? Or it's a recording? Hi, Bo. You want us to open the floor?
No, I'm not opening the floor, but just a very quick recommendation, which I think has not featured in what has been read out. If I may be allowed just for a second, the issue of childcare. I think we need to really also integrate the issue of childcare in the gender equality and women's economic empowerment broader agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to request Frida to screen the QR code again.
Thank you.
So that you put that on the,
Sure.
on the, yeah.
Sure.
Hey, I don't even know what the thing is called, but you put it on there where we'll find it after the QR code. Mama Momentum. You said you're Mama who? Excellency. Mama no rest. Mama what? Mama never miss. The floor is yours. We call her Mama Momentum. So please, you can come forward.
Okay, maybe you have something? Thank you, Ma. I just wanted a commitment or an assurance from the directorate around whether Egumeni is going to be annual. That needs to come out very strongly also from the recommendation that this becomes an annual missionary where we come and assess the state of the continent in the context of social norms and also gender equality. Thank you.
Okay, she can come and make that commitment. You are allowed.
She's allowing me to make a commitment I can't make. But what I can tell you is the director is on her way back, and she's the one who's going to commit to the thing that you are saying. So can we give her just 5 minutes? She said she's walking back. They've just been released. So QR code while we wait. Yes. Victor. The Victor in Zimbabwe gives cars. I don't know what you give. Give us a QR code. Or you can do better, give us cars. All right, please indulge us. Just 5 minutes. I've asked her to run. So she's on her way back. Then she can commit to the big things Precious wants commitment on. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, delegation. Kindly take your seats. Can I call the House to order, please? We have the first announcement. Wongela, can I stop you for just a few minutes? I'm sorry, please. Just 5 minutes for us to close in an orderly fashion. We have other biological emergencies. We need to close immediately. Can we settle down, please? Can we settle down, s'il vous plaît, this side on the right? Thank you. The first announcement, we have 2 iPhones in our possession. One with learned colleagues wearing blue and black and white, and the other one has a blue cover. So please see us. We are in possession of your iPhones. I want to welcome you to the last session. I promised you 15 minutes, and I'm delivering 15 minutes. The director has just walked in, and we're praying she has brought us good news. We have been eagerly waiting for the outcome of what happened upstairs, and we are waiting with bated breath. But while in your absence, we had a conversation with the grassroots women who were represented by GMAC, and we also had a conversation with the policymakers from the ministries in Malawi and, remind me, Mary? Malawi and Burundi. We also had Mama Angela. We also had a QR code where we collected some recommendations for the STC Bureau, and those will be compiled and shared with you. And we are all hoping that our voices will ring loud in the STC meeting at the end of November. Without further ado, I'm going to ask our director, Madam Prudence Nonkululeko Ngwenya, to give us her closing remarks. It's up to you, but please. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I can tell the energy is gone, and honestly, I don't blame you. Let me take just 3 minutes to say a few things. One, on behalf of the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, we are really, really honored to, and we extend deep appreciation to our partners in the room, participants, institutions, whose vision and commitment made this inaugural Egumeni Dialogue on gender equality and women's empowerment a resounding success. Special thanks to the World Bank Group, to GIZ, to our UN agencies, UN Women, UNDP, UNHCR, among others, and also all the other partners that are here, Pan-African Women's Organization, POWER, our member states, and representatives from different ministries in our member states, civil society and grassroots organizations, youth networks, traditional and religious leaders, and the experts who were sitting with us today. Your Majesty, where is His Majesty? Okay, Your Majesty and the distinguished policymakers who are in this room today. As we draw the curtain to this important dialogue hosted at the African Union Commission, again, I extend heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. Your presence, you're really part of history. Your presence is going to continuously form part of history. Before I conclude, I just want to go over a few commitments. One of the things that we always do and we wanted to do was to make sure that we get an audience with His Excellency the Chairperson himself. I come to you to bring a message from him,
And the message from him is to say he recognizes, and I think he's fully on board around the pushback on gender equality, on gender equality and women's empowerment. But he has also made 3 commitments. One, he will champion the cause around the pushback. And he also said to announce that he is going to anchor Egumeni. So Egumeni is going to be now held under his patronage annually at the African Union Commission. This is important for us, and that's why I say we are really grateful and appreciate all your presence here, because your presence is basically part of history. When people come back to this, in many years, we speak about Beijing plus 30 years into Beijing. This is another, the Addis Ababa Declaration. 30 years on, Egumeni will be out there, it will be big, it will be huge, but they will say there was a group of people who came to Addis Ababa, and they spoke about it, and they said, women must come home, and that's what he called it. He said, you must come home every year under his patronage, and he's going to host all of you, and he wants to hear about the issues of women on the continent. These 2 days are definitely not a conclusion. We're going to work around the clock, because we want to make sure that conversations like this also feed into our ministerial conversations, into our conversations with heads of state. So this is the beginning of an expanded movement. The community built here will be sustained and nurtured, and the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate stands ready to walk this journey with all of you. We will continue to amplify your voices, translate this vision into action, and transform our continent for the betterment of every woman and girl on the continent. Before I close, let me take the opportunity to recognize a he for she, the man who's standing right there at the corner, Babatunde Rosanyo. You're welcome, sir. This is the man who supports the mandate, gender equality and women's empowerment. We speak a lot about positive masculinity, the he for she. He's one of our he for she's, and he doesn't like the limelight, just wants to stand at the back like he's doing now, and I was not going to. In conclusion, thank you very much, Siyabonga, Aluta.
Long live Lindiwe also. Thank you. We had already given Mama Momentum the floor. Your Excellency, please. Will you also need this thing, Excellency? You need it? Okay.
Without my shoes, I need it.
Without your shoes, you can.
Oh, wow. I need to take off my shoes. Wow. Oh, goodness.
Good evening. Good evening. Salam alaikum. Bonjour à tous. Boa tarde. Tujira mahoro. Sayedi, I was Burundi here and Rwanda. Thank you very much. I know you are all tired, but you are tired and exhausted for a good reason. So let me recognize the presence of all of you in your various capacities. I really want to recognize and thank my good sister Prudence and your team for organizing this important meeting and launch of Egumeni Dialogue on Gender Equality and Women Empowerment. I know you have been here for 2 days. I'm very much encouraged by the level of expertise, the vision and commitments that have defined your deliberations of the past 2 days. Director Prudence, I was also lucky that when I walked in the room, I found the meeting going through the recommendations, a set of recommendations which are quite actionable. So let me say that when I was invited I was struck by the theme of this meeting, namely shaping equitable gender norms, advancing women's agency and the opportunities in Africa, as it speaks directly to the alarming reality that progress for women and girls cannot be sustained unless we confront head-on the regressive norms that continue to deny them their rights, their dignity, and their agency. I'm also happy to hear that you had a meeting with the chairperson who has committed himself and that he will be the champion to address the pushback of the women agenda. But for me, I'm also inspired that the Women, Peace and Security agenda advised this meeting. Without wanting to take you back to what you have discussed, but I must say also this launch is very timely, following the newly adopted Convention on Ending Violence, the EU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, a groundbreaking step towards preventing, eliminating, and redressing all forms of violence. I'm saying this is timely because we would like all of you, as you go back to the capitals, to your communities, we want you to be the voice. We want you to be good ambassador in raising awareness about this convention, but also being our goodwill ambassador to get your governments, your member states to ratify this important convention so that it can come into force in a record time. My dear sisters, because I was taught one thing, that never take anything for granted. I was introduced as a special envoy on women, peace and security. I'm the new kid on the block, but I'm not new in this space. So I'm so delighted, and that's why I want also to thank my dear sister, Prudence, and their team to give me the first opportunity to address you as I assume my mandate. So I am standing before you with great honor and humility to share with you my happiness for the trust that has been entrusted in me and the confidence that has been entrusted in me to push the women, peace and security agenda to greater heights. I owe, of course, my thanks to the chairperson of the African Union Commission, and of course also my president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who was also instrumental in making sure that I take up this mantle. But let me also inform you that as just to reflect a bit on the mandate of my office, there have been key milestones, achievements, priorities, and I'm sure you spoke about this year being special year in celebrating the 1325 anniversary, 25th anniversary, in celebrating Beijing 30 plus going forward. So my office is in the forefront to make sure that we all celebrate, even if there are few little achievements, but we have made progress. So many things have happened in the last 25 years, but in the context of this gathering, I want to bring to your attention that when we started, we had only 16 national action plans in 2015, but as I'm speaking today, we have 17 member states that have adopted national action plans, Tanzania being the latest. And I must say also there is getting late, of coming late, you learn from others. So the Tanzania National Action Plans learned a lot from the good practices of the existing national action plans, but making it better, based on research, evidence, and result-oriented action plans. So we are committed to make sure that this action plan does not remain on paper, but would energize the women, peace, and security agenda. But I'm also happy to see in the room Madam Mariam Buka Hassan. Congratulations on being appointed the UN Global Advocate for Peace. And let's say, we could not have had any other better person than in our poetry legend. So I would like you to be also my goodwill ambassador in this space. And the rest of you, I'm so happy when I look around, I see familiar faces. We have been in this space for quite a while, but then it is unfinished business. The struggle continues. And we can do this together. I'm confident that come tomorrow, with this energized Egumeni Dialogue and the commitment by the director and the chairperson that this will be an annual event. It is a good platform. Let us make use of it. And we should not, it should not be a one-time event for the year, but as you go back, I want to appeal to you to continue with the conversation, continue with the interactive dialogue, and the good thing that we have, the good technology. You don't have maybe to come physically in Addis Ababa, but if there is a burning issue, my office is ready, together with the directorate, to convene everyone. We shouldn't wait until it is too late. We have committed ourselves to the prevention, to the protection, to the recovery, with the participation of all of us. We can do it. And I must say there is a very good goodwill out there, the political will. Let us seize the moment. So on that note, I wish once again to thank my sisters in the AUC Directorate of Women, Gender and Youth, our partners, the World Bank, GIZ, and others for this wonderful meeting and for giving us the opportunity to share our expertise, our vision, and lived experiences. Lastly, you know, in politics we say lastly and lastly, and the least. As we leave this room today, my dear sisters and brothers, let me say this. Let us carry with us not only recommendations, but also our collective resolve to challenge regressive norms, to champion the dignity and rights of all women and girls, and to unlock the opportunities that will drive Africa forward. We have in this regard the commitment of the chairperson at the helm of the African Union Commission. And finally, let us remember that the struggle against regressive gender norms is not, I repeat, is not a struggle for women alone. It is a struggle for the future of our continent, and it's a struggle we must and will win with both women and men and women and girls, leaving no one behind. I thank you and wish you all a safe return to your families and loved ones. Asanteni sana, merci beaucoup, mlakoze chane. Muito obrigado.
There's a lot of giggling up here. You see where I get it from. Hold on, DJ Victor, wait. Wait, Victor. Oh, Mama Momentum, not yet. Just hold the momentum. We're going in just now. Please, a round of applause for our closing speakers. And a very special lastest word from the director.
Thank you very much. My last and final word is to thank the team behind the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate. Thank you, Lindiwe, Gwenya, Alet. Thank you very much. Rizan at the back, thank you very much. Dr. JFK, we have a Dr. JFK. I saw her at some point. Dr. JFK, why are you hiding? Dr. Jean, Uriatu, thank you very much. Lefa, I saw Lefa somewhere. Thank you very much. I also saw Ron. Thank you. Please stand up. Adele is in the boots. There's Adele somewhere there in the boots. Thank you very much. I just want to say this is the team behind all the success. We take that glory, but this is actually Wongana Wait as well, who is one of the brains behind everything that has happened. I want to thank you in front of the people, in front of Pambu Wabantu.
Thank you.
All of you for all the work that you continue to push. And yes, really want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Director, we learned a new slogan. Use me or lose me. Forever indebted to the directorate and Aluta Continua. Please, long live Egumeni, long live the women of Africa, long live power. Please, safe journey. Thank you very much. We will see you again next year at Egumeni round 2. Now, Victor. Please come and collect your juice. And please, let's dance one last time. For my son who turned 25, thank you.